Okay. Let's restart YouTube in 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, what's going on, YouTube? This is the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope completion press conference that we are about to tune into. I'm just going to put us a couple of minutes back to where we are, and we will get rolling. Here we go.
A year from today, we're going to have a different...
Yeah, okay, yes.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. I'm NASA's Senior Advisor and Press Secretary, Bethany Stevens, and I will be your moderator today. We are joined today by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Paul.
Associate Administrator of the Science Mission Directorate, Dr. Nikki Fox. Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope Project Manager, Jamie Dunn. And Senior Project Scientist, Julie McInnery. Each of today's participants will provide brief remarks about our progress on the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, and then we will open the floor to questions. If you're joining us online, please press *1 to join the question queue on the phone bridge. With that, Administrator, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Bethany. Good afternoon, everybody. As you can see behind me, the impressive Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is now fully assembled, has completed testing, and is undergoing the final preparations before it'll be shipped to Kennedy Space Center to soon take its place among America's great observatories alongside Hubble and the James Webb Space Telescope. Now, our team dedicated over a decade of their lives and millions of hours to make this project a reality. Because of their hard work, I have the privilege of announcing today that we are now targeting an early September launch, 8 months ahead of schedule and under budget. To everyone at Goddard and across all our centers, congratulations. I hope each of you take pride in what you've accomplished.
Dude, that's a
Roman's
huge
accelerated
satellite.
development is a true success story of what we can achieve when public investment, institutional expertise, and private enterprise come together to take on the near impossible missions that change the world. Unlocking the secrets of the universe and attempting to answer the question, are we alone, is inherent in just about all we do here at NASA. At our recent Ignition event, we made a commitment to pursue gold standard science as quickly as we possibly can, knowing the world is waiting for the headlines that only NASA is capable of making. Today marks a milestone of NASA delivering upon that promise. Roman will investigate dark matter, dark energy, and the structure of the universe itself, and accelerate the future of discovery of potentially habitable planets outside our solar system. Its surveying capabilities are over 1,000 times faster than Hubble and can chart 200 times more sky in a single image. And what would take Hubble 2,000 years to process, Roman can do in a year. The images it captures will be so large there is not a screen in existence large enough to show them. Roman will give the Earth a new atlas of the universe. And I think it's worth pausing for a moment and just think about how really incredible that is. The farther we reach into space, the greater our curiosity to understand the great unknown. So to our workforce and commercial partners making today's rare announcement possible, thank you for bringing us to this moment. For the researchers and scientists that will analyze the data from Roman, your work will soon begin. And for those that built this telescope, let's get ready for what comes next. Thank you, and I'll hand it over now to Dr. Fox.
Nikki Fox.
Thank you so much, Administrator Isaacman. I could not be more excited to be here today in front of this fully stacked and complete Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. And doesn't she look beautiful? I mean, honestly, just gorgeous. We're on track, as the Administrator said, to launch early in September, and that is, I can't stop saying it, ahead of schedule and under budget. And I want to give praise again to this incredible team. Team NASA Goddard totally brought it together with all of our partners in industry, in academia, and our international partners. It is an amazing day to see what happens when we come together and work in such an effective way. Since early in 2020, the Roman team has worked almost around the clock to develop and test the spacecraft and the hardware, completing the flagship mission in just 6 years, which is a true testament to the agency's commitment to do science, cutting-edge science, even faster. Their work ethic and their teamwork, in combination with the lessons learned from our long history at NASA of developing space-based flagship observatories, are why we're sitting in such a good spot today with all eyes on the launch pad about 8 months earlier than we'd actually expected, which is so good. Well done. And this is just the beginning. We want to get more science into space, launch at a faster rate, and increase the pace of discovery as we prepare to launch more cutting-edge missions. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is a sheer powerhouse. It is literally a speed machine. The speed at which we'll be scanning the sky, delivering vast amounts of data, and returning results will be at an unprecedented rate never done before. Hubble gathered 172 terabytes of data in its first 30 years. Roman will downlink 1.4 terabytes of science data every day. That means it will potentially have about 2,500 terabytes over the course of its 5-year mission, and basically gathering like a hypothetical stack of science papers that would reach up to beyond the moon, maybe even as far as Artemis 2 went. When you apply what Roman will see, we've already confirmed today over about 6,000 planets. Roman will discover tens of thousands of new planets outside our solar system. It will reveal billions of galaxies, thousands of supernova, and tens of billions of stars. That is extremely exciting. And literally all of the science that we can use to apply and build off our interconnected NASA science portfolio. Roman will help us address the question of how common solar systems like ours actually are, while also literally expanding the human mind to what the universe contains at an astounding rate. Roman isn't just doing Hubble and Webb science faster, however, and I know it's very easy when we focus on the speed, it's doing fundamentally different science that could not be done with either observatory. Together, the 3 missions will complement each other, giving us a more complete picture of the cosmos and advancing our understanding of the universe. When Roman is operating on orbit at the end of this year, it will also be NASA's first major demonstration for achieving one of the goals of the Habitable Worlds Observatory, a concept for the first telescope designed to find like worlds in different, outside our solar system, in different stellar systems, while exploring the broad secrets of the universe. Right now, Roman has the most stable telescope and the absolute best coronagraph that has ever flown in space. The Habitable Worlds Observatory will rely on even more than that, and it is so important to us that we get this coronagraph into space and get that first milestone towards the next mission, because everything we do at NASA Science builds off the successes of what we've done before. I am so proud that Roman will join kind of the arc of past, present, and now future missions as well, and it will definitely open doors to new cosmic pursuits. So again, congratulations to the entire Roman team, again, including our private sector, our academia, and our international partners. This is such an incredible team. I am so proud of them. Go NASA, go Falcon Heavy, go Roman. Jamie.
Yeah, baby.
Thank you. It's tough words to follow, and I'm going to be followed up by even tougher words. So I'm not going to talk about the science because Julie's going to blow your mind with that. But I would like to take this opportunity to expand a little bit about how we did get here, and just take this opportunity to thank our team. As Nikki and the administrator have already mentioned, it is a lot of work, millions of hours is no exaggeration. That's actual math. We could figure it out exactly, but it's many millions. And this really is a great example of what happens when we as an agency work hand in hand with industry and academia. We work to each other's strengths, and it's really an example of how the result is greater than the sum of all the parts. So the amount of diligence and dedication and commitment to making this happen is really, it's really fun to be a part of. And so this team is really proud to have all of you here to come see this. I can't tell you how excited they are when people come. Last week we had Friends and Family Day. We had about 700 people come through, and watching the kids get all excited. You don't get to see spacecraft every day. So I just want to, again, thank everybody that made this possible. For everybody that you see, there's dozens more behind them. It's not just engineers and scientists, it's everybody. It's our financial team, it's our contracts people, it's our CM people, it's everybody, technicians. It's really a great team. And so this has been a wonderful experience. And I'm glad you guys get to be a part of it by coming here and seeing it. We can't wait to launch.
Thank you, Jeremy. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Current observations hint that our standard model of the universe is incorrect.
Right.
Roman will be able to confirm these and set us on the path to understanding what's right. We're going to perform a revolutionary census of planets around other stars in our galaxy. We're going to conduct ambitious surveys that will transform and impact every area of astronomy. And we can do all this because Roman's primary instrument combines exquisite performance and sensitivity with an outstanding ability to sweep out large regions of the sky. Previous speakers have mentioned that Roman can survey the sky 1,000 times faster than Hubble. So to put this into context, 1 month of Roman observations would correspond to a century with Hubble. So Nikki mentioned that Roman doesn't do Hubble science faster. Roman will address entirely new, ambitious science questions. So that 1 month of Roman observations could be used to survey our own Milky Way galaxy, uncovering up to half the stars in the galaxy. That would itself result in an astronomical catalogue of objects that is much larger than any that in existence today. And that's with just 1 month of Roman observations.
Yeah, we should do that.
Our main survey will take more than a year. It's huge. If we were to take the single image that is produced from our main survey and try and fully display it with a set of 4K TVs, you'd need more than 500,000 4K TVs. And just to give you a sense of the scale of that, if I was to lay out those 4K TVs, it would cover 45 city blocks.
Man, that's
or to pick something that you actually look at, it would entirely cover El Capitan in Yosemite National Park.
That's like almost
I don't suggest we actually cover El Capitan with a set of 4K TVs, but it gives you a sense of the scale.
I mean,
that survey will detect over 2 billion galaxies. And we'll use it to study how the structures in the universe, the stars, the galaxies, the structures of galaxies, grew and evolved. We'll also study how the universe itself has expanded over time. And these are the keys to unlocking the fundamental nature of dark matter, dark energy, and the fabric of the universe itself.
Yeah, we should do that.
Periodically, we'll point towards the center of our own galaxy and monitor hundreds of millions of stars. But we're not going to just image millions of stars. We're going to find a treasure trove of exoplanets, up to 40 times more than are known today. So think of this as the largest census we've ever done of planets in our galaxy. We have a second instrument, the Roman coronagraph. And I think of this as doing magic with physics. We take advantage of the wave properties of light to cancel out the light of a bright star so that we can image faint planets next to it. Cool. To do this magic, we have to have an optical system that can adjust itself to maintain sufficient precision. This will be the first time we've had a system in space with this kind of active optics, and it will set us on a path for future observatories to do extraordinary new things. What makes me most excited about Roman is its discovery space. If we have 2 billion galaxies, it means we have 2,000 one in a million objects. We're going to be surveying patches of the sky, going back over and over and over again to find new things that go bump in the night. I very much hope, and in fact expect, that the most exciting science from Roman is going to be the things that we didn't expect, that we couldn't predict, but that will set the new, deep questions for future missions to address. Thank you.
Chat.
And with that, we will open the floor to questions.
It's actually super cool.
If anybody in the room has, well, Jeff, we'll start with you.
Jeff Faust, Space News.
Jeff Faust, Space News. Question for the administrator. You and others have emphasized that Roman has come in under budget, ahead of schedule. Roman is still a multi-billion-dollar mission. Is there still room at NASA for large flagship class missions when the agency's science budget is facing a significant budget cut in 2027 and potentially beyond?
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I certainly understand why the question is coming up. I'll say that you and everybody else who's interested in kind of my views on the budget and how it impacts the agency will have plenty of opportunities to hear about it over the next week, since I'm on the grand hearing testimony tour, in fact, starting tomorrow. Nancy Grace Roman is not the last flagship mission for us. In fact, here at Goddard, we're working on Dragonfly. Goddard is responsible for a lot of the tech maturation associated with the Habitable Worlds Observatory telescope. We've got a number of signature, while not necessarily measuring to the flagship spend category that's being worked on at JPL right now, like Skyfall, Moonfall, and others. So science is incredibly important to what we do here, as I mentioned in my remarks. Going out and trying to unlock the secrets of the universe is fundamental to NASA's mission. I expect there'll be plenty of flagship missions in the future.
We'll go back here to this gentleman. We'll start over here and then move through the room. And then also, if you could hand the mic back after asking your question to our mic runner, that'll help us get to the next people.
My question's for the administrator, Jared. There's something online called the Artemis II effect as part of the Kerbal Space Program community. We're all excited about what happened with Artemis II. Kids I've talked to, fifth graders, I talked to 100 of them last week. They're all really excited. So how do we use this telescope to continue that excitement for the young generation?
Yeah, well,
who was that?
I think it starts with listening to some of the great commentary that Julie just said. I mean, I've got 100 questions coming out of just your intro right there. Look, I am thrilled that the world kind of paused for a moment and took notice to Artemis II, and yeah, I think energized the world's interest in space exploration. Human exploration tends to do that at times, but if it's an opportunity to set the stage for other conversations like Nancy Grace Roman is about to do, that's fantastic as well. We put out some great, like a video reel on it today to get people hyped up about it, and won't be long before this telescope is loaded up on a transport and taken down, and then it's, of course, being launched by a Falcon Heavy. That brings a lot of viewers to take interest, where we'll have opportunities there where, Julie, I sure hope that you're on the live stream for that mission launch to get people excited about the kind of science this mission's going to undertake. So this is great. This is working really well. We're thrilled that Artemis II brought a big audience back to NASA, and now we're going to fill it up with a lot of exciting missions to come. Nancy Grace Roman's next up. I'm going to hand this off so somebody else can
go right here.
Hi, Nick Alexander for Space Scout. You know, Goddard has a long history with telescopes. We've, seen some great work on Hubble. We've seen the James Webb Space Telescope come out of Goddard. What can we do to ensure that legacy, that culture of telescopes continues to be centered at Goddard Space Flight Center?
So I think, it is. That's where our expertise is. I mean, at NASA Science, Goddard is kind of the heart of NASA Science. And certainly we look to Goddard to lead the way in a lot of our big missions. They clearly have the heart of astrophysics here. They are, doing a fantastic job clearly with this. The project office for the Tech Maturation Program for Hab Worlds is at Goddard, and we expect that to continue and expect to see them continue to do great things.
We can go right here.
Sorry, Jared, I'm going to hit you up again. So you're the new administrator, and you have this mission that you may have heard is under budget and on time. What lessons can you take away from this? And kind of a corollary is this mission has an interesting history where the optics came from originally. Are people going to just take that and say, no wonder it came in under budget? Or
fair question.
So I'm going to stick to the first part of the question and say that I'm thrilled that this mission is getting close to its ability to launch, so that we can take Jamie here and apply him to a number of other exciting projects. I mentioned when we had a chance to shake hands in the warm-up to this that your name is continuing to come up quite a bit as an extremely talented project manager. So, yes, look, I think that's actually very important because we do have success stories like Nancy Grace Roman coming in ahead of schedule and under budget. We certainly have programs or examples that are not. And when you think about that and you think about going over budget or in some cases, extremely unfortunate cases where programs are canceled, there are dollars lost from that never come back. And when you total them up, what does that equal? It equals another Nancy Grace Roman telescope or maybe a second Dragonfly for that matter on that. So I think that having the capturing good lessons learned, we talk about debriefs a lot when we get things wrong to avoid repeating them. But when we get things right and have success stories like Nancy Grace Roman, let's learn from some of the magic that created that outcome and try and apply it to other programs. And I expect Jamie's going to be in big demand across big agency initiatives going forward.
Does Jamie want to take the second part of that question?
Can you repeat the question?
So you got the optics from another agency. Or somebody going to say, hey, no wonder it came in under budget?
Someone might say that, but they'd be wrong. Seriously, so it's difficult. It's one of these things. It's difficult to prove a negative. So who knows, right? It's a different beast when you start with something that you have to completely remodel, if you will, versus starting from scratch. Honestly, it's anybody's guess which one comes out ahead. But that posed its own challenges. It did not make it easy. And I'll reiterate that while I appreciate the accolades, and I'm the person sitting here, I only had a very small part to do with this. It's really our team. We have a wonderful team. We've done a good job of bringing both the experience base from the literally decades of experience here at Goddard, and again with our partners. I mean, we've worked with Ball and L3 Harris on many missions, and others, right? Teledyne, can keep going down the list. And so we really have, part of the magic, I think, is a really good mix of that experience brought forward over decades, combined with what you would call youthful exuberance. We have a lot of fresh blood that's come in, and they have just knocked it out of the park. So it's really a good mix of folks that makes this happen.
Hi, Elisha Sowers from Mashable. I think this is a question probably for Julie, Nikki. I'm wondering, could you give a practical example of how the flagship telescopes will work together on particular observations? Could you give us an example?
There was a really cool result from Hubble, I think about a year, maybe 2 years ago, where what they thought they were seeing was a supermassive black hole that was traveling through space. And you could see from the observations the evidence of that transit. And it was extraordinarily lucky that Hubble was able to catch that. Roman would be able to find some things like that in spades because we're surveying such a large part of the sky. And then we can follow up with detailed measurements with the James Webb Space Telescope now that we know where to look. So you could consider one of Roman's roles to be something like a finding chart for the James Webb Space Telescope, that we'll find some of the most extraordinary, unique places in the universe, and then we can direct our most powerful scopes to really hone in on the details and take advantage of Roman's breadth and Hubble's depth.
Do you want to add to that, Nikki? No.
I can move back here.
I would have gone into wavelength, and that's nowhere near as good as wavelength.
Excuse me.
Okay, so for the people that didn't get that, Nancy Grace Roman is like a wide angle lens, and James Webb is like a telescoping lens. James Webb can see further, right? Nancy Grace can see wider. And when their powers combine, we can see everything.
I just wanted to say congratulations on an awesome first 4 months of 2026.
when you go across, whether it's science director,
You're a wide-angle lens.
obviously Artemis, it's been unbelievable. So with regard specifically to Roman, though, we had an announcement, Jared, on the launch date. I wonder if there are any promotional announcements coming for the people involved in the project?
What?
Discovery. Sorry, when you're saying promote.
I would assume well, I'm wondering who's getting promoted for delivering ahead of schedule and under budget.
Yeah. So that's that's a very good and serious question, because as I mentioned before, we do want to debrief our success stories and learn from them and take those lessons and apply them elsewhere. And also I think it actually was my first directive that I put out, which was recognize, reward, and inspire the top tier talent within the agency when you do have extraordinary outcomes. So I would expect to your point that will certainly come into play here.
We'll move to Will.
Willie.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thanking you all for the time today. Going back to, Julie, your opening remarks, something you said caught my ear, which is there's things that we got wrong about our understanding of the galaxy and the universe. I know, based on everything that we've heard today from the panel and from others, we're going to learn a lot more from Roman, but what specifically did we get wrong that this can correct the record on? Thank you.
Good question, Will. We like Will. Will's all right. Be good.
I'm just trying to think about how to say this concisely. So we have a extraordinarily good model of how the universe works that describes the cosmic microwave background at the earliest times and describes with great accuracy the universe that we live in today. And that's included things like the Hubble constant. It's included things like a cosmological constant for dark energy. It's included the concept and the effect of dark matter on the universe that we live in. But there's been cracks. We're seeing evidence that the Hubble constant, as inferred from very early times, is not consistent with the Hubble constant that we measure closer to now, which is telling us that the model that connects those two things might not be quite right. We have a slight tension in our expectations for how structure should grow and evolve. And excitingly, recently, we've seen evidence that the cosmological constant might in fact not be constant and might be varying with time. And each one of those results is not quite by itself enough to take it to the bank and say that we're wrong. And what you need is a mission that can, or an experiment that can probe the universe to about a factor of 10 better than we did before. And that will allow us to confirm if indeed lambda CDM, our standard model, isn't correct. And will leave us with a mission that has the sensitivity and the performance to make the kinds of observations that we need to start laying out what the real answer might be, or what an improved model might be.
We'll move up here.
Interesting.
Hi, I'm Anisha Ravasetti with Space.com. I have maybe a bit of a peculiar question, and it's an engineering question, but you can chime in. I feel like often when creating, space missions, observatories, you're kind of breaking ground in the materials you're using, the temperatures that you're testing at, and there tends to be these side effects of innovation that other fields of science can take advantage of. So did you find any examples of this during your process?
Oh, yeah. Someone from NSF is there.
Who wants to
answer? That was Pat. Pat's there.
Go.
So you're right, and I think that with our astrophysics missions, we really do push the boundaries of what's been done before. Every time we do new precision optics, I mentioned this is the most stable telescope. It has the most cutting-edge coronagraph. It has precision optics. If you just think about the James Webb Space Telescope, that brought about the actual grinding of the mirrors. The polishing of the mirrors, not grinding. Sorry, astrophysicists, polishing of the mirrors. Brought about leaps in medicine, in optics, in LASIK. I mean, all of the things there. With Roman, we expect to see the same things. Can I tell you right now what's going to spin off? No. But the way that this telescope is constructed, the precision optics, the stability is absolutely, once again, going to push industry, and things that they've had to design and they've had to change their methods to be able to get to this level actually benefits everybody, because now the whole optics field has improved dramatically.
Move over here.
Hi, I'm Marina Corin with National Geographic. I think this question is for either the administrator or Dr. Fox or both. Looking ahead to the next big space telescope, the Habitable World Observatory, we heard from the team today that they're going to be spending the next few years looking at the mission concept and seeing if they can make happen an $11 billion mission by 2045 launch. If they come to you and say, we can't do that, what's the next step? How do you go about making that mission happen?
So I think, the way we are thinking about habitable worlds, I mean, somebody mentioned about, what made Nancy Grace Roman such a success. And a lot of it is making sure that the technology is ready to go. So before you actually start sprinting with a mission, you've actually assured that you can do the mission. And so with habitable worlds, we're putting a lot of focus right now on maturing the technology. We've got a lot of our industry partners actually working on that right now. There's a big milestone in 2028 when we will actually sort of step back and look and say, is this mission possible? If the mission is possible, we will sprint to do the mission, and it will not be 2045, and it will not be $11 billion. We will put a real budget and a real schedule. As the administrator said several times, we're not interested in doing something now that's going to launch in the 2040s. We want to pull that in. And I think with the new focus on doing things, faster to science, faster to space. Our industry partners have told us that they are, I'm looking at them, they are up to this challenge, and they are excited about doing this. And they don't want to wait till 2045 to launch this mission either. We didn't want to wait to launch the Nancy Grace Roman. We're 8 months ahead of schedule. I'm going to say that like 20 times. But we are, we can't wait to launch this mission. Everybody felt the urgency. Everybody was sprinting towards this. And I think that, now we've shown we can do it. We have a large mission study that we did at NASA where we looked across the entire space portfolio and looked at lessons learned. What worked, what didn't work? What do you need to do? What shouldn't you do? What are the barriers? What are the impediments? And we are really, really, really focused on removing those and allowing teams to just push and execute. And so honestly, if a team comes to me and says, in 2028, it's 2045 and this much budget, then they won't be getting funded.
Just add on a bit. It's a good question. This has come up a lot in various circles that I've had conversations with, including Congress, those on the side that are extremely supportive of initiative like Habitable Worlds, and others that get concerned based on pretty much everything you just said. It's a mission that's going to launch potentially 20 years from now, and it's $10+ billion. And I fear at times that this isn't necessarily specific to Habitable Worlds, but maybe within some history of NASA, that we design programs that are too big to fail, but then they become too costly to truly succeed. And I don't think that's the right approach. And maybe it's believed that taking that approach is a way to have continuity and survive between administrations. And I actually think the right way to go about it, and similar to what we're trying to do now with the moon base, is a lot of littles, and to do things in an iterative way, to learn and bring down risk, and maybe as a result, the overall project cost in itself could wind up being more. But what you get out of it is greater, and you do it in a faster way. So any commentary I've ever made with respect to Habitable Worlds is what can we launch sooner to learn and help us get to the overall objective of what Habitable Worlds is, which is extraordinary and something everybody would want. And in that respect, if it turned out over that same 20-year period of time, the actual program cost was greater than, say, $10 billion, but included 3 scientific instruments that ultimately built up to the grand exploration asset that we hope Habitable Worlds to be. I think that's how you actually have continuity through administrations, how you get to data faster, and ultimately de-risk the mega telescope that you want out there searching for Habitable Worlds.
We're going to move over to the phone bridge for just a moment and start with Nell Greenfield-Boyce from NPR.
Having this briefing. You mentioned the numbers of extrasolar planets that the Roman Space Telescope will be able to find. Could you talk a little bit more about what about the planets this telescope could reveal, like particularly with its direct imaging capabilities? Thank you.
Okay, so when I was talking about the large number of planets that we would find, I was focusing on the planets that we find via indirect means. And for that, we can measure things like masses and radius of the planet from the host star. So that will give us a complete picture of the distribution of planets around stars from very close in to the star all the way to the equivalent of the outer part of our solar system, and even free-floating planets. The Roman coronagraph is designed as a technology demonstration. So its primary purpose is to demonstrate the technologies needed for a future mission to focus on direct measurements of extrasolar planets. Obviously, the best way of demonstrating performance for a coronagraph on a path to finding planets around other stars is to find planets around other stars with that coronagraph. But the overall performance is a little bit more uncertain, and I'm not that familiar with the specifics of what we are guaranteed to learn from observations with our coronagraph, just that it's very exciting.
And we'll now move to Manuel Mazzanti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much, Manuel Mazzanti with Exploración Espacial. Roman is going to send us tons of information. Nikki, I think you mentioned 1.4 terabytes per day. And I understand that the agency is going to use a platform called Roman Research Nexus. Can someone briefly explain how does it work? And I'm assuming research around the world, scientists will have access to it. And is NASA going to use any kind of AI tool or software that would help scientists to better process all this information? Thank you.
Okay, there is a lot in those questions. The data archive for Roman is among the largest in space-based astrophysics, and requires a slightly different approach to using it. So our model is that we archive the data in the cloud, and people access the data through a science platform. So you log into the science platform, you're in a Roman-specific environment, it's easy to access the data, it's easy to visualize the data, it's easy to use the data. And that facility is open to everybody. So for the earlier question on how can young people get excited about Roman, you can get excited about Roman by being on the forefront. A class in Kentucky can see Roman data at the same time as a professor in Princeton. And your access to that data is through the Roman Research Nexus. That same environment also supports researchers all across the country, where we're working hard to facilitate easy, quick access to the data, where you're not wasting time downloading things and then discovering that that the CPU on your laptop wasn't sufficient to do anything with it. So the second part of your question on AI with Roman. I think that the field of AI is moving so fast that any answer that I gave now would probably not be representative of where the field is in a year and what we're actually doing with it. We are using slices of AI and machine learning in a variety of different scientific things that we're doing with Roman. We're exploring the possibility of agentic pipelines where you have AI assist you with getting to the right place with your analysis so that a grad student doesn't waste time with minutia and gets straight to the interesting parts of an analysis. But I think there is a very good chance that A deep, rich, large data set is almost a poster child for being exploited extremely effectively with AI. And that doesn't mean that the humans are out of the loop. It just means that you let the computers do the hard work, and then the exciting physics bubbles to the top for the astronomers and the scientists and the country at large to enjoy.
And we're going to take one last question from Ken Chang of the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is for Jamie, I guess, Julie. I was wondering, can you give me examples of what you did better and different than the earlier space telescopes that weren't ahead of schedule and under budget? Was it something on the front end where you didn't rely on technologies that weren't ready yet? Or can you give me examples of problems that popped up, but you were able to fix them before they became big problems that delayed everything? Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I'll say a few things. Another two biggie things in terms of what led to our success. The first was the architecture, the overall architecture in the very beginning. This observatory was architected by the team here, and basically it was known going in that this was going to be a cost cap mission, and that the programmatics were going to be a major part of the success criteria. It wasn't just the technical scientific performance. And so there was a lot of work early on put in by the team to basically architect something that was achievable. There were stretches in places, but they were known stretches. Those were handled, in the early years in the technology development, like the detectors. The funding, the resources were put in there to accelerate those developments and make sure that they were ready once we get to larger stages of integration. So that was key. And another key was stability from I'll say downtown. It's hard to do a project especially when it's really big, if you don't have stability, and if your funding is going up and down all over the place, and you can't plan from year to year, it makes it really hard to succeed. And so we've been very fortunate that our stakeholders, both at headquarters and in Congress, have entrusted us to the resources that we said we need. And I like to say everybody held up their end of the bargain, right? We delivered. Year after year, we did what we said we were going to do, and the resources and the support from them was always there. And so it's really a nice way to do it, right? It's less controversial. It makes it a lot easier to be successful. So that was key as well.
And that concludes this afternoon's Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope briefing. Thank you all for your participation, both in this and throughout today. And please follow Roman's journey at nasa.gov/Roman.
Thank you. Good job. We need more Kerbal questions in these pressers. Yeah, jeez. Interesting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I mean, this seems fine to me, dudes. I really don't have anything else to add there. That's so just for context, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope was the National Reconnaissance Office satellite that was made. And the National Reconnaissance Office ended up with a different let's say they unlocked a different tech tree, and we'll call it at that, and then this satellite became surplus, and they just gave it to NASA. And it was originally called WFIRST, which is the Wideband Infrared Survey Satellite, Wideband Infrared Space Telescope. I forget what the F stands for. Whatever. And then Jim Bridenstine during Trump's first term he named it after Nancy Roman, which is pretty cool. Any plans to watch the astronaut presser you missed? The clips look good. I don't know, Josh, maybe. Bree, I don't know. There's so much stuff. I missed a hell of a week of space news last week. Yeah, there's actually two. Yeah, there's another one that they could work on. Yeah. All this technology and Amazon still loses your order. Okay. Yeah, dude. So that was NASA's that's a Nancy Grace Roman news conference. I think we'll just go into space news while we're here. Might as well. Yeah, Don's. I've seen them. So let's just go to EJ's Space and Rocket Review. I think we won't even jog the VOD. I'll just rename this to that. All right. Good stuff. All right, so give me a second to compile all this. This is a lot of links. I missed a lot of space news over the last week. But I was keeping up with it, so. Oh man, I'm also getting a little tired. I think it would be safe to say that I've been burning the candle at both ends for a little while. So I'll get through as much space news as the body can get through. The body is weak. The mind is willing, but the body is weak and spongy. She looks like a steakhouse, but handles like a bistro. I'm just transferring all the links. I slept almost 15 hours after the Artemis mission. Dude, the day after yeah. Yeah, I've been sleeping a lot. I slept a lot today. But I'm still like, I need some time to recoup, but I should be okay. So let me just finish transferring all these links and then we'll go. Some news, but beautiful pictures to look at. Oh. Vasia, I saw these pictures floating around. Dude, there's a whole plethora of them. There's a whole plethora. We'll save those for the end, dude. Yeah, there's a freaking lot of space news. There's a lot of stuff from last week. And it's not even like a bunch of small things. There was a couple of big ones. Are you getting tired of waking up and looking that damn great yet? A living legend, and he's here talking to us. Amazing. Me? I'm not a living legend, dude. I'm just some bum that likes talking about space. Leave me. No, that's not that. Leave me out of this. I'm not part of that legend category, man. Must be getting me confused with someone else. Almost got everything. Dude, I'm gonna have to lightning round this stuff. Our space news is gonna be like 10 hours freaking long. Okay, where do you guys want to start? I'm still opening up links. You want the OIG report? Okay. Where the heck did I even put it? Where's my OIG report? I lost my OIG report. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay, let's so this is going to be a recap of all the space news from last week. There was an Office of Inspector General report here about NASA's acquisition of next generation spacesuit services. This is all right, well, here. When we do OIG reports, sometimes I do deep dives into them, but there's like a Cliff Notes page at the front of these things. And we'll go through the Cliff Notes. We'll go through the Cliff Notes just because of the high amount of information. So here we go. Why we perform this audit? Spacesuits are critical to NASA's operations in microgravity on the ISS, as well International Space Station, as well as its broader goals of returning humans to the moon through the Artemis campaign and sending the first crew to Mars. Astronauts wear spacesuits as protection from the harsh environment of space when exploring outside of a spacecraft, activities known as spacewalks. However, the extravehicular mobility unit spacesuits that the astronauts use on the ISS were designed over 50 years ago, having not undergone a major redesign in the last 20 years, and carry significant safety risks. Further, the Artemis missions on the lunar surface, astronauts will require an entirely new spacesuit with expanded capabilities. After several in-house and contractor-supported efforts failed to complete a flight-ready spacesuit, in May of 2022, NASA awarded Exploration Extravehicular Activity Services, XEVA's contract to two providers, Axiom Space and Collins Aerospace, to allow them to compete to provide next-generation spacesuits for use in microgravity on the ISS, on the lunar surface, during Artemis missions, and during future spaceflight missions. Under XEVAs, NASA will purchase spacewalking services, essentially renting the spacesuits from providers following an initial demonstration of the landing suit during an Artemis lunar landing mission and the microgravity suit on the ISS. These firm fixed price, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, milestone-based contracts have a current combined maximum value of $3.1 billion and allow the providers to compete for task orders for missions to provide the full scope of NASA's spacewalking needs. NASA selected 2 providers in order to promote competition and ensure redundancy. However, in June of 2024, NASA and College mutually agreed to de-scope the company's XEVA's task orders, citing an inability to meet the agreed-upon schedule, leaving NASA reliant on Axiom as a single provider. In this audit, we examined NASA's management of next-generation spacesuits for the ISS program and Artemis campaign. Specifically, we've examined 1, the extent to which NASA is meeting cost, schedule, and performance goals for XEVA's effort, and 2, whether the NASA's service-based acquisition strategy for XEVAs addresses the requirements of the ISS program and the Artemis campaign. To complete this audit, we performed work at NASA headquarters and Johnson Space Center and interviewed officials from NASA and various contractors. We also used an anonymous survey to over 70 individuals for NASA and industry involved in spacesuit development, maintenance, and management, or use to gain a wider perspective of the status, challenges, and risks associated with the XEVA's effort. What we found: NASA faces challenges in ensuring the next generation spacesuits are available to meet the agency's current schedules for the Artemis lunar landing mission in 2028 and prior to the ISS's decommissioning in 2030. NASA's additional schedules to demonstrate the lunar and microgravity spacesuits in 2025 and 2026, respectively, were overly optimistic and ultimately proved NASA's original schedules to demonstrate lunar and microgravity spacesuits in 2025 and 2026, respectively, were overly optimistic and ultimately proved unachievable, as evidenced by delays of at least a year and a half for both spacesuits. Based on our analysis, if Axiom experiences design and testing delays in line with the historical average for recent spaceflight programs, the Artemis and ISS demonstrations may not occur until 2031. The hell of an extrapolation, I guess. This is about the spacesuits, Punger. Yeah. You put the telescope people in charge of the suits. We'll read on. NASA's choice to use a firm fixed-price service-based acquisition strategy for the XEVAs aligns with the agency's strategic decision to shift the risk of cost overruns to the contractor. As well as help foster a commercial space economy. However, in this case, the firm fixed-price contract approach conflicted with the developmental nature of next-generation spacesuits, which carry higher levels of technical, financial, and schedule risk. Further, NASA's attempt to replicate other spaceflight service-based acquisitions by renting spacewalking services from a provider was risky because there's no commercial market for spacesuits prior to the XEVA's effort. I actually said that in 2022. The space news that I covered on them contracting out or commercializing the spacesuit, I said that would end in disaster. I said that Starship would be ready before the suits would. Interesting. Moreover, overly burdensome requirements like requiring offerers to bid on both microgravity and lunar spacesuits further constrain an already limited pool of applicants that were capable of and interested in developing new suits. In our judgment, while firm fixed price and service-based contracts can be viable options for certain NASA procurements, applying that approach to a developmental effort like XEVA's introduced its own set of risk into achieving NASA's goals. Firm fixed price doesn't work for development, guys. That's the reason why Starliner failed. You know, and I know what people are going to say. Oh, well, what about Dragon? SpaceX is the anomaly at this point. Haven't you figured that out yet? It's the anomaly. It's because they're SpaceX. It's not because that commercial works. Yeah, this is the latest OIG report. Every rule has an exception. Yeah, the historical average for delays. Yeah, this one thing, this dude, I'm going to finish reading, but that's a hell of a stretch. Experiences in testing and delays in line with the historical average for recent spaceflight programs. Well, okay, there's a problem with that. The historical average for recent spaceflight programs, it didn't have a deadline. Period, full stop. You didn't have a deadline. Yeah, Aqualex, precisely. Yeah, that is a hell of a stretch by the OIG. I'll admit. You know, I want to dump on Axiom, right? I mean, I don't, but like, I'd love nothing more to sit here and be like, yes, I was right, ha. No, but it's not about that. Like, I'd rather be objective than be right. You know what I mean? I don't know. That sentence sounds weird out of context, but. You know, historical average for recent space programs. Well, no recent space program has had a deadline and accountability. So I'm going to go ahead and say that that's a heck of a stretch there. That's probably like, okay. But yeah, what I said at the time, dudes, was that this makes no sense because there's no market. There is no market for this type of service. There's no market for it. NASA should be doing the things that doesn't make a commercial company, that doesn't make sense to be profitable from a commercial company. So, for instance, okay, the one like line of demarcation for this, which really sets it aside, like if you really want to understand, is commercial space flight succeeds in logistics applications. Like Falcon. Falcon is a logistics vehicle, okay? It's not the biggest, most powerful rocket around, right? It isn't. It's good enough for what it needs to be. It's good for moving a lot of things into space, right? And it's good for logistics. It's great for logistics for the ISS. It's great for logistics for Starlink. It's great for logistics for ISS resupply, moving people to the ISS. That was redundant to the first thing that I said, but you get the idea. I think that's where the commercial market really needs to succeed, in logistics. Now, NASA doesn't do logistics. They tried doing logistics with the space shuttle. We all saw the fruits of that labor. Tossing shuttle parts into the ocean is where that ended up, because SLS being the final form of that. You get the idea. So is there any market, and what is the logistical application and market for building lunar spacesuits? The short story is that there isn't one. There isn't one. And what you're doing with this is you do exactly what the OIG said right here. This is really important. NASA's choice to use a firm fixed price service-based acquisition strategy for EVAs aligns with the agency's strategic decision to shift the risk of cost overruns to the contractor. No one's going to want to do business with you when the contractor is shouldering all the risk and not NASA. Case in point, In June of 2024, NASA and Collins Aerospace mutually agreed to descope the company's XEVA's task orders, citing an inability to meet the agreed-upon schedule, leaving NASA reliant on Axiom as the single provider. That is a really bad way of doing business. Especially if you're dealing with stuff that there's no market for. There's not another off-the-shelf application. Does that make sense? That's not a good idea. That's, and like I said, I could have told you that this was going to happen. Like I did. When they decided to commercialize the EVA suit, I told you that I actually, like, and I'm not trying to, this isn't about being right. I'd rather be objective, etc., etc. I literally said these exact words. Starship will be ready before the spacesuit will be ready. I said that verbatim because shifting this to a commercial market on a firm fixed price schedule is essentially flat funding your spacesuit development. And flat funding something on a firm fixed price is the reason why SLS took 15 years to launch. And I know what people are going to say. Well, BJ, isn't SLS cost plus? Look at its funding over the last 15 years. It's not. It's flat. It was flat funded. It might as well be firm fixed price. Private companies make money selling product. Government organizations like NASA make profit by creating or fanning the flames of markets for the IRS to tax. Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it that way, sure. When Collins pulled out, NASA should have taken that budget and put it into an internal EVA suit team. Guys, the correct course of action was to never do that. The correct course of action was to fix your space flight program, your spacesuit program. Somebody deferred the maintenance on the EVMUs. Like they said, we hadn't redesigned a spacesuit. We hadn't designed a new spacesuit in 20 years. Sorry, my door is not shutting. There we go. That's not okay, dude. You can't. There's, like I said, there is no market for spacesuits. NASA is the only one that needs spacesuits. So the correct way to do that would be for NASA to do all the design for your spacesuits and then have commercial contractors manufacturing them. That is what in-house means. I'll give you an example of an in-house, quote-unquote, design that's really good. Orion is a great example of this. That's an in-house design that Lockheed made for NASA, right? The Space Shuttle, the Saturn V, the LEM, the CSM, Saturn I. Those are all NASA designs that commercial industry made, and then NASA, you know, operates, right? That's really important to understand. Maybe a full suit is a bridge too far. Arms, hand, and visor. The rest could be a maneuvering box. And NASA only needs like 16 suits at most. Yeah, well, it really depends on what kind of suit we're going for. If you look at the Department of Defense, the Air Force doesn't build its own planes. It buys them. And the Air Force does its own strike missions, not contract them out. Yet for some reason, when it comes to spaceflight, people think it works the other way. Yeah, Geeson, for sure. The Air Force puts out design requirements. The Air Force still procures stuff like NASA used to procure stuff. Everybody... Yeah, this way of doing things would be like contracting out a private Air Force to do work for you, which is... I don't know. I'm sure somebody thinks that's a good idea somewhere, dude. But yeah, I agree. Let me just finish this. Following the awards to Axiom and Collins, NASA took risky contract management actions with mixed results to promote competition between the providers and ensure spaceflight redundancy. NASA sole sourced a task order to Collins, approved partial milestone payments to Axiom and Collins, and awarded crossover task orders to both providers. Despite NASA's efforts to retain both providers, Collins' inability to meet its contractual requirements led to the mutual decision to descope its task orders from the contract just 2 years after the contract was awarded. Collins' descope from XEVAs negated the competition and redundancy sought by the agency, leaving NASA with only one XEVA spacesuit provider. Yeah, that's because there's no market for this. There's no market for this, and once again, look, shifting the risk of cost overruns to the contractor is worthless. If NASA's going to pay you $100 million to design a spacesuit, right? And then you start building it and you realize it's going to cost $200 million, why do it? You're going to be in the hole. There's no profit there. There's nothing. There's no incentive to do this. That's why Collins pulled out. Yeah, Oculus, don't even go there, dude. It's not even worth it. Hey, dude, how was the AIAA event? It was amazing. Hopefully the weather didn't scare you away. No, Wichita's cool, man. It's a fun time. Kez, what's going on? The German news reported that either Alexander Gerst or Matthias Maurer are becoming the first Europeans on the moon. This will probably not happen before like Artemis 4, right? No shot they are going earlier. What do you think? Well, Artemis 3 isn't going to the moon. Or Artemis 6, you said. Sorry, Roman numerals. Kez, if I had to guess, Artemis 4 is going to have Americans and a Japanese astronaut. And then Artemis 5 is probably going to have European partners. That's a guess. I don't know. But if I had to put money on it, dude, I would send Alexander Gerst or Matthias Maurer. Yeah, those would be at the top of my list. Same with Thomas Pesquet or Samantha Cristoforetti or Tim Peake. I think Tim Peake retired though. I don't know. I'd have to go look. No Canadians? We already sent a Canadian to the moon. Very recently. He'd come back. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Tim Peake, I think Tim Peake retired. I think he races cars or something now. I forget. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep reading. To ensure Axiom's success in developing both the microgravity and lunar spacesuits, NASA is taking proactive risk mitigation measures. By identifying potential supply chain issues. Oh, yeah. Increasing the amount of spacesuit testing and leveraging additional government collaboration. Yeah. You should have just done it in-house in the first place. However, if Axiom cannot satisfy its contractual requirements in a timely or cost-effective manner, then NASA could be forced to continue using the problematic EMUs throughout the life of the ISS and significantly adjust its lunar plans. While the XEVA's contract include a clause that allows other contractors to submit proposals at any time, yeah, that's not going to happen. NASA officials do not believe that adding another provider at this time would help the agency achieve its immediate ISS and Artemis goals. Regardless, we identified multiple companies that are developing capabilities that could reintroduce competition for NASA's spacewalking needs in the longer term. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Just saying. All right, Rares. See you, buddy. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Moving forward, if the agency seeks additional providers, it might apply the appropriate lessons learned from the XEVA's procurement, as well as contend with spacesuit compatibility concerns and adjust its strategy accordingly. A more suitable acquisition strategy can help NASA attract the investment. Moving forward, if the agency seeks additional providers, it must apply the appropriate lesson learned from the XEVA's procurement, as well as contend with spaceflight compatibility concerns, and adjust its strategy accordingly. A more suitable acquisition strategy can help NASA attract the investment necessary to move towards a more robust commercial space economy. A more suitable, huh? They just made a pun. Wasn't SpaceX developing a more robust EVA suit? Isabel, there's no way SpaceX is not developing an EVA suit. There's just no way. I mean, Jared Isaacman tested an EVA suit, dude. Right? And granted, that was a zero gravity or microgravity extravehicular activity suit. And it was just the suit. It wasn't the, it's not like an XEMU. Jared still had to plug into the life support systems on Dragon to, you know, do that whole breathing thing. Yarg. All right. What do they recommend? Let's see. To improve the management of the agency's next generation spacesuits, we recommend the Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, so that's Lori Glaze, seek industry input on current EVA contract requirements to maintain competition as needed in the future. That is, no, that's not smart at all. That does not fix your underlying issue here. The underlying issue here is that commercializing your extravehicular mobility or extravehicular activity suits where there's no market to do such a thing is a failing strategy. And this is pretty good evidence of that. Even if Axiom does commit, and I do think they will, you still, you ended up at a really roundabout way of having one spacesuit to do any extravehicular activity. And now you just, all this did was just move the risk to the contractor. So you're renting the spacesuits. All this does is give NASA less capability because now they don't have now they outsource the spacesuits. That's not a good idea. That period, full stop. Not a good, that's not a good strategy. That's not a good strategy at all. I once again, I said this in 2022. This is a failing strategy. Like I said, even the whole idea of the XEVA's contract was to create competition and have multiple lunar suits. It has done neither of those. It is a complete program failure by every stretch of the imagination. And you know, like people are gonna say, oh, but you know, Axiom's making us a suit. Yeah, sure. And I'm sure the AXEMU is great. I'm sure it's great. That's not the purpose of this, though. The purpose of this was to have competition. There's no competition because there's no market for this. There will be no competition of this for at least the next 10 to 15 years. I'm sorry, that's just not going to work that way. Until we have a big moon base and we have hundreds of people living on the moon for EVA suit, like with EVA suits and stuff, there's not going to be a market for this. NASA has to make the market for this, dude, which once again goes back to what I'm telling you guys about. And I'm saying, I'm not trying to go on a rant. I'm trying to teach people this stuff now. Like I'm trying to do, you know, I'm trying to ride that Artemis W, right? In the past, what I would have gone on is a huge rant about how this is a dumb idea, blah, 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 blah. All right, we're not doing that. Here's what's going on. There is no market for these spacesuits. And I'm just going to put a bow on this here, okay? There's no market for building a lunar spacesuit. There's not. There's never been. Apollo, with the Apollo program, they had to make the A7L. And the A7L was made by David C. Clark in Worcester, in Massachusetts. I don't know why they just don't do that again, but they made the spacesuits for Orion, but whatever. I guess we got to draw the line there. Until there is a market for multiple spacesuits to handle lunar EVA operations, procuring your spacesuits like this makes no sense. It goes back to logistics versus scientific exploration. If it's scientific exploration, it doesn't make sense to buy spacesuits and rent them. That makes no sense, right? If it's logistics, then it makes sense. Like if there's enough to support a logistical avenue to get to the moon, right? Then multiple to put a bunch of people on the moon, right? Then it makes sense for multiple spacesuits. How many EVA suits is a lunar base going to need? Say the lunar base is just the size of the ISS. The ISS has like 3 EMUs on it. The EMU separates into two pieces. There's the legs and the torso, right? And each one of them has 3 different sizes, small, medium, and large. And you can bolt any small, medium, and large torso and upper body to any small, medium, and large leg, right? So you have basically 3 suits up there, and that's all the ISS is used for a long periods of time. And then they have maybe like 3 or 4 more in the spare, like as spares, right? That's not a lot of spacesuits. Whoever looked at that and said, "Oh yeah, let's commercialize it because it's not doing well," it's skirting the overall problem here. The overall problem is that you're not giving NASA enough money to do the goals you gave them. Like, that's the truth. This incessant drive to commercialization is not, in the long term, you rewind 10 years ago, commercial looks like it's the future. But you fast forward to now, where has commercial succeeded? It's an honest question, right? Doing this way and pushing all the risk onto the contractors is not a good idea. That's not a good way to do business. Hey, Mikkel, what's going on? Regardless, though, they agreed to the contract and the contracted price. It should be their problem to suck it up and eat the loss if they negotiated a bad contract. I mean, Yarg, yeah, if you want to be like that, what about ILC Dover? Das was in their suit once. Dover makes the EVMUs, living. David C. Clark makes the flight suits, the orange suits. Yeah, I don't know why we just don't go to ILC Dover and have them build more. Like, I do believe that was the plan until the XEVA's contract came around. Oh, it's okay, Mikkel. Yeah. Hope you had a great time watching the planes. Your coverage was cool. I'm glad you liked it, dude. Like, once again, I'm not trying to go on a rant or anything, guys. I'm trying to tell you that NASA's job is to make markets and expand, build out markets where it doesn't make any sense for a private company to try to extract profitability, right? The idea is that, NASA say we build a moon base, right? And say we start moving civilians to the moon base, right? Then there's a market for building spacesuits, right? There's a market for it because people live there. People are going to need to live and work there. They're going to need to go outside. They're going to need to go do stuff. But do we see a 100-person moon base in the near future? No, not even close. And don't get me wrong, a moon base is going to be sick. But is it going to be like the ISS where there's like 7 people on board? It's going to be only 4 people at a time, at least for the immediate future, at least for the next 5 years, right? 2028 and on, like, the NASA's goals go well into the 2030s. There's no way they're going to have 100 people on a moon base in 2035. And you know what? I would love to be wrong, dude. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Starship bucks that plan, right? But yeah, this is not a way to procure things. It's not the contractor's job to shoulder all the risk. That's NASA's job. NASA's job is to make a market where one previously didn't exist. Yeah, Jojo, something like that. We were in DC today and we passed the NASA building. Tiny Victory goes, EJ lives there. Yeah, all right. Apparently there were issues with Dover. Okay. Why isn't there a market for EVA suits, especially with all the proposed space stations? I don't believe any of those stations, Axiom's own station, Vast, or anybody else. I don't think they have extravehicular activity plans. Is the first recommendation just saying explore using SpaceX in the far future and see what they think about the contract? Yeah, Max. I don't. See, okay, look. Yeah, I know, spoiled it is. Look, I don't mind if we end up using SpaceX's EVA suit, right? Or even just have Axiom's spacesuit. That's fine. That's totally okay. But that's a really roundabout way of just having one spacesuit. We did 3 steps to get one spacesuit when we were trying to take those 3 steps to get 2 spacesuits, and we didn't. Right? This goes back to what I'm talking about. Like, if we went through all these extra steps, going and giving Collins a bunch of money, and then Collins realizing that this isn't a profitable venture, and then pulling out of the program, you know, Lord knows how much money we gave them. Are they going to pay it back? Probably not. Right? How many millions of dollars did we give them to start this, only for them to say, yeah, this is not tenable, bye? If you have a problem with that, yeah, you should. But that's NASA's problem, okay? That's NASA's fault for even doing this in the first place. I mean, Yarg, you could say, oh, why don't you hold them responsible? Well, that's a really bad way of doing business, punishing the people that you're trying to do business with. Now, you could make the argument that, well, they said they were going to, so they have to shoulder the cost. But once again, you're shouldering the cost on something there's no market. There's no market for it. Somebody at NASA should have looked at that and said, look, there's no market for this. We shouldn't be commercializing this in the first place, which is what I said in 2022. And I said that that's a really dumb idea. Citing, Jared just said a second ago, canceling a program is bad. How many billions of dollars do we lose on canceled programs? Now, he makes the argument that our scope is way too big on certain programs, and that's why, you know, in the case of like SLS, a long-term sustainable program ends up being challenging to succeed, right? And yeah, you could make the argument to that, but honestly, if NASA's going to pursue stuff where there's no commercial market, right? Somebody's going to have to shoulder the cost. And that's NASA's job to do that. Like, by definition, that's what they're supposed to be doing. Then don't bid. The time for the company to decide that was before they made the bid and accepted the contract. I agree, Yarg. Yeah, I agree to an extent, but it's also on NASA for soliciting a frankly idiotic contract to begin with. The XEVA's program was dumb. It was stupid. It was stupid from the start. I told you this. I said this verbatim like 4 years ago, man. Now, like, and once again, dude, the thing, all this is doing is just, it's a really roundabout way of just getting us one spacesuit, right? We added 3 extra steps of trying to give competition, trying to commercialize, and trying to build a market for something where there was none, right? You can make the argument that that's a plus, right? When we just could have just made a spacesuit. There's no way, shape, or form that if we had just kept going with the XEMU that NASA had prototypes for during when Jim was around in like 2019, there's no way that if we just kept going with that program, there's no way it wouldn't be finished right now. I'm sorry, it wouldn't. There's no way that program wouldn't be finished. Even with the flat funding, 5 to 6 years, because remember, Jim showed off the XEMUs in like a presentation in like 2018 or 2019. There was this whole thing where he had people in the spacesuits walking around. Yeah, here you go. Look, this is I don't know why. This is what populated it. NASA unveils new spacesuits for human lunar landing. October 16th, 2019. There you go. Right there. Somebody looked at this and said, no, this program is not going to be ready in time for a lunar landing, and canceled it. All right. When we had a functioning prototype. Do you see what I mean? If the contract is stupid, then you shouldn't bid. Getting no bids is how you signal a contract is bad. If you bid on it, then you must either think it's good enough or you're going in under false pretenses and expecting. I mean, like I said, Yarg, it's not all. everybody wants to blame corporate greed, et cetera, but this goes both ways. NASA needs to hold people's feet to the fire too. I've been saying that. Yeah, that's why I said that this was a bad idea, right? And once again, I'm not trying to turn this into just a rant about the spacesuits. It's a bad idea because your procurement strategy is fundamentally flawed. And the OIG seems to understand that, but their solution is to just hit the double down button, which is not going to work. I will tell you that right now. And I'm not trying to be pessimistic, guys. The solution here to this failing strategy isn't to just do it more.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
At this point, just get the XEMU, do a block buy of XEMU students, XEMU spacesuits. Don't buy students. I don't know why you'd do that. Sorry. Do a block buy of XEMU spacesuits, right? Students is because probably I've been saying students a lot because of the whole AIAA thing, but you get the idea. Set up a block buy of these AXEMU spacesuits and just use those. That's the best solution. Don't try to solicit more competition. That is a waste of time. It is a waste of energy. Do not do that. That is just pissing away more tax dollars. Yeah. Buy some students. We don't call them students. They're called interns. That's right. Hey, Barak, what's up? We choose to take the contract to do the other things, not because it's easy, because we thought it would be easy. That's right. So, let's see what their second thing is here. Develop a plan to establish interoperability standards between Artemis lunar vehicles and spacesuits. God, you guys are so... Okay, okay, here's where I'm at. That's not a bad idea. The fact that that wasn't a thing to begin with is a little bit sus, don't you think? What? What do you mean? Does that mean it wasn't interoperable to begin with? Like, who's designing this architecture? See what I mean? Like, dude, this whole program is terrible. You just should have powered through and just finished the XEMU. You should have just, it would have been better to just finish it, right? And this is why, like, I say, fellas, like, canceling Mobile Launcher 2, right, and taking it apart as spares, whatever that means, and canceling the EUS is repeating this exact same mistake. This is the exact thing. There is no market for upper stages here. There's no market for lunar exploration upper stages, right? Your one thing is hoping that Starship works and hoping that there will be a commercial solution in the future is no space strategy. That is a very bad way of getting things done. I know it's a bad way of getting things done because of this report. Like this is not the first time I've read a report like this, dudes. It happens. I've seen this same pattern. Like I don't just think this because I saw somebody's opinion about it on, X or Reddit or whatever. I've been following this for a very long time. This is it's a recurring pattern. And the recurring pattern is, and I don't like being a stick in the mud, dudes. The recurring pattern here is that SpaceX is the exception to the rule that commercialization really doesn't work unless you have a strong NASA exploration program to back it up. That's the truth. Like the Commercial Crew Program, let's take that for instance. That only is even viewed remotely as a success because something like the ISS exists, right? So we sank billions of dollars into the ISS, right? And then found a cheaper way to get to the ISS with commercial. Would there be any market for moving people into space commercially if the ISS didn't exist? No, there would not be. Period. Full stop. There wouldn't be. It makes no sense. NASA has to go and do these hard goals to figure out new avenues and new logistical ways of getting people places for human exploration and building out infrastructure there. So then the commercial market can eventually take over and replace it with logistics avenues so NASA doesn't have to shoulder the quote unquote maintenance costs of their facilities, right? It's more the avenue, right? Like think of it as a road. A road has maintenance, right? It's better for SpaceX to maintain the road and NASA to build the building at the end of the road, right? But somebody has to go and figure out where the road goes in the first place. That's NASA's job. That's always been their job. That's what they should be doing, right? You know, building out an avenue for a road and building a giant, like the commercial market does. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. Trying to hope that the commercial is going to shoulder the risk of building out a market that doesn't exist is I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't really have a frankly better way to say it. That's an idiotic strategy. That's dumb. You shouldn't do that way. NASA builds the rock-crawling Jeep in-house, and then SpaceX paves the road and opens up a dealership. Yeah, exactly. Sure. Yeah, that's it, dude. Like, long story short, if NASA's serious about building this moon base, commercializing all of it and commercializing all of it and then hoping that this commercial avenue is going to get you your results, even with the landers, right, to an extent, right, is a failing strategy. You're not going to build any moon base that way. NASA needs to go and build the moon base. And then the commercial needs to back it up with rovers, with solar power, with everything that you need to make it self-sufficient. But NASA needs to be the one that goes and gets people there, right? Just some food for thought. So this means we're getting a flame trench this week. I've already signed up for flame trench this week, yes. Once again, it's a theory that I've been honing for a long time. Commercial by itself is not a winning strategy. NASA by itself is not a winning strategy. It needs to be both of them. The only success that we've had from a public-private partnership has been when NASA builds the outpost in space, the ISS. Commercial crew has no need to exist without the ISS. And I would even argue to an extent that the commercial crew program is an abject failure. Because commercial crew you ended up spending enough money for 2 spacecrafts and you got one. If anybody can look at me with a straight face and say that developing out Ares 1X and Orion for low Earth orbit missions would somehow be cheaper or would somehow be more expensive than this, I'd be very interested in hearing that argument. There's not a chance in hell. No way. SpaceX got paid $2 billion? I think it was $2.2 billion for Dragon. For the Dragon program. Starliner was $4.2 billion. There's no way that Ares 1 costs $4.2 billion. There's no way that maybe Orion costs that much, but you get the idea. The point is that we still ended up with one vehicle servicing the space station. Just like with the XEMU, we ended up with one spacesuit. We tried to promote a market where there was none. Right? Because there's too much risk on the contractor, and we ended up getting one spacesuit, which is what we were going to do in the first place. So it was a very roundabout way of doing the same thing. Don't forget the cost of Soyuz in the interim. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And once again, I'm trying to not rant because this is something that needs to be taught. About, well, one, I think if people here are watching and they're from the United States, I think it's important for you to understand how your tax dollars are being spent here on NASA, and two, if anybody wants to get into systems engineering, well, there's always a business side of this, right? And the business side of this is that the procurement strategy has been frankly atrocious for the last 20 years. Hey, Michael, I'm great. You do commercial when a technology is matured for market. Bingo. That's why the original Commercial Orbital Transport Services program, Matt, and the original Commercial Crew program was a really good idea. But that was part of the Constellation program, dude. Dragon and Falcon were supposed to exist in a market with Orion as well. Just in case it was a hedge against maybe, I don't know, one of your commercial contractors failing. There was a lot of redundancy built into the Constellation program, and sometimes people cite that as the Constellation program being inefficient and ineffective and over budget. No, the redundancy is there to make sure that we don't have a stopgap in spaceflight, like what happened after Apollo to the space shuttle. The last spaceflight mission of the Apollo program was the Apollo-Soyuz test project in July of 1975. That gave us a 6-year gap until April 12th, 1981, when the first space shuttle flew. The whole point of that was to not have that happen. And then, when commercial partners pick up the slack going to the ISS, logistics, that's when you use the Orion to do what we used it on Artemis 2 for. That was the whole idea. Hey, Leo, what's going on? And the COTS program, Commercial Orbital Transport Services, Max, moved to the Commercial Crew program. Per the original Constellation program timeline, dude, we would have started sending stuff out to the moon in the 2020s, right now, with Ares 5. When did Dragon first fly? Don't you think it would be nice to have 2 ways to get to the ISS right now? Because we only have one. Won't have a gap. A stopgap is when you throw together in a panic to fill the gap. Yeah, sure. So just some food for thought. Anyway, here's Axiom's response to this. Take a look. Let's move this over here. So Jared said something. Very much appreciated the OIG work. As I posted a couple months ago, NASA is not taking a passive role in any component of America's return to the lunar surface and building a moon base. We are reviewing where NASA can do better, how we can provide relief where appropriate to burdensome requirements, where we can expand capabilities over time. Apollo 11's EVA profile was very different than 17. Yeah, okay. And where we can help industry by inserting NASA subject matter experts and driving the intended outcomes. I am confident that NASA is ready to land on the moon in 2028. Our astronauts will be wearing Axiom spacesuits. We are reviewing where NASA can do better, how we can provide relief where appropriate to burdensome requirements. The burdensome requirements was stuff that NASA said. Okay, they're trying to okay, so you're descoping things. All right. Where we can expand capabilities over time. Apollo 11's EVA profile was vastly different to 17, and that was all using the A7L, which was an in-house design. And where we can help industry by inserting NASA's subject matter experts and driving the intended outcomes. See, Jared keeps talking about inserting NASA subject matter experts. So, okay. You embed NASA, all of NASA's EVA subject matter experts to a company like Axiom, right? And then Axiom, they transfer all their knowledge to Axiom, and now Axiom knows how to make spacesuits. So what happens to those NASA subject matter experts after that? Yeah, Lava, that's... You have subject matter experts. I mean, that is a good stopgap measurement, but you're beating around the bush. NASA should have just designed the damn spacesuit to begin with. We have subject matter experts that are good at making suits. Why didn't we just have them make the suits in the first place? Once again, it's a roundabout way of achieving the exact same result than if we just made them in-house. If NASA designed the suit and then somebody built it, right? We would have the same exact outcome here. And you ain't gonna tell me that this is a cheaper solution. And to be honest with you, fellas, even if it is cheaper, this is a very redundant and roundabout way of doing the exact same thing. I'm almost convinced that that's not the case. Maybe this is still cheaper, but yeah, okay, you're trading expense for time here. Like, maybe we need a stopgap right now. It's Block 1S all over again. He could be sending in the managers to oversee Axiom to make sure they aren't messing it up. Why don't you just build it yourself then? And he's under a time crunch. Yeah, like I said, that is your stopgap solution to make sure that the suit is ready. But what happens when they get the suits ready? What happens to these NASA subject matter experts? Is Axiom going to keep them around? Like... There will always be lessons learned as we improve across NASA and industry, and we need to be mindful of the contracting approach to stimulate a market versus jumping to an as-a-service model where NASA may be the only customer for the foreseeable future. All right, well, at least he knows. We need to be mindful of the contracting approach to stimulate a market versus jumping to an as-a-service model where NASA may be the only customer for the foreseeable future. That places a significant capital burden on providers while they wait for additional demand to materialize. Yes, that's what I've been saying here. A successful approach for commercial crew and cargo underpinned by launch does not mean it is applicable to every space-related service. The orbital and lunar economy is inevitable. No, it's not. You got to build it, bud. We just need to be thoughtful in our approach to sustainably enable it. I think he's saying what you're saying, but in politician. This makes sense if you're... Okay, Aqualex, here's where I'm at, dude. All right, and this is me learning now. So he says that the orbital and lunar economy is inevitable, but Jared Isaacman just re-scoped all of NASA's plans with the ignition thing a month ago, right? And in that ignition thing, they actually said, Dana Weigel went up at the podium and said that the orbital economy that NASA's been promising for the last 20 years is based off of made up numbers and hopes and dreams and has not materialized. So... Dude, your audio's messed up. It's not messed up. I have Starbase Live on in the background, guys, so my wireless headset doesn't time out so I can hear you guys when you resub. It's not messed up at all. It's just background noise. That's a fluffer, and it's plainly false. It's there to make people feel better about things. Yeah. Hey, John, what's going on? Weren't they going to test the suits on the Artemis 3 lunar landers? Yeah, I would really hope that they would, outdoorsmen, but I'll be honest with you, the OIG stretch of like saying like, oh, it's not going to be done until 2031 is kind of bullcrap. I disagree. Even with all the points that I provided, there's no way it's going to take till 2031. Fellas, that is a little bit of I think that's a little bit of a hyperbole. It's a little hyperbole on the OIG's part, because they've based that extrapolation off previous requirements. Previous requirements were never time. So there's an anomaly here. There's a curveball, right? You could say that, oh, according to how we went about procuring spacesuits in 1997, right? If we use that math, right, they're not going to be ready until 2031. Well, in 1997, getting spacesuits working was there was no need to do it quickly, right? So I would argue that is a very over-exaggerated deadline. I'll bet you that Axiom has them ready for testing in 2028. Yeah, probably. But testing in 2028 is not the best thing, because we need to be on the moon in 2028 per the, deadline. Do you know where the mindset that came from not doing these projects in-house when it's pretty clear they should? Matt, it started around 2010 with the 2010 NASA Authorization Act. Okay, history lesson time. So, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like legacy contractors don't take their sweet time and milk the government for money. That has been people's criticism of the SLS program for a long time. I would argue that there is a reason why, other than corporate greed, as to why that happens. That happens because there's no market for any of this. There's no market for scientific exploration. You can try to put a dollar amount on it, but the dividends that NASA pays by spending money on stuff like Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, it comes from the scientific understanding. And that scientific understanding can pioneer new technologies in the future and grow markets. That's the whole point. You got to observe the mystery goo and get science points so you could buy better parts. Kerbal has this gameplay loop down pat, right? 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 That's the whole idea here. There's no market for any of this. So the commercial contractors, because there's no market for any of this, and they know that they're a single source, and there's no deadline, and there's no accountability for them to get anything done on any reasonable time schedule, means they're going to sit there and twiddle their thumbs. Why do you think it took 15 years to get Orion working? Because there was no need for it, because we canceled the need for it when we got rid of Ares 1X. This isn't rocket science, dude. That's why it took so long. What are you going to do? Cancel the program? Try to make another capsule in 10 years? That doesn't work that way. That won't work well at all. So you basically just put the program on life support until you're ready to go and make the capsule. That's what happened to the EUS program. That's what happened to Ares 1, even before the Constellation program was canceled. We just underfund it because there's no need for it right away. And because there's no need for it, we underfund the program because there's no time, there's no deadline, right? And we just kind of go. That is why we started leaning into commercial in the first place, because throughout the 90s and into the 2000s, there's really no urgency. There's no urgency to build the ISS, right? There's just, all right, we build it when we build it. We got we got Mir. Why work on the ISS? We got Mir. Let's just use that, right? So the ISS was supposed to be built in the early 90s. And even then, the ISS was canceled, was based off of the Space Station Freedom program, which was an all US built space station that we canceled when the Cold War ended, because we can use Russian modules for cheaper or something. And I can understand how leaning into commercial, right, to grow a commercial market is a good idea. But I do believe that when we did that in 2010, and it was out of the dissatisfaction of, legacy contractors taking their sweet time. But they, once again, I would argue that that is misdiagnosing the problem. The reason why it's misdiagnosing the problem is because they're taking their time because there's no urgency, because there's no goal. We went fast and we got stuff done quickly, and we succeeded when President Kennedy gave us a goal. Who has given us a goal like that since? Up until the current president, when we said we're going to get back there in 2028. There's no goal. Nobody wants to commit to a goal because it's not convenient, right? The Apollo program wasn't convenient, but we did it. So, once again, the incessant need to commercialize everything at NASA was born out of a misdiagnosis of the problem. The diagnosis that was originally given by the deputy NASA administrators at the time was that the legacy contractors suck and they always take their sweet time to do anything useful, right? And they're never going to get anything done on a timely schedule. So commercial can do it cheaper and faster, and they can do it on a fixed price. That only works if you have something like the ISS. There's no way, and even then, it failed miserably with Starliner. Starliner was funded on firm fixed price, and it failed. It has not achieved its objectives as of April of 2026. Not even close. Starliner was supposed to be on its third resupply mission by now, or its third crew mission. There's no way, right? The real problem here is that when we don't decide to take spaceflight as seriously as a goal, and that's what I was really hoping Artemis 2 would show people. Look what happens when we take spaceflight seriously. That's the real problem here. The real problem is that you don't have a president like President Kennedy that's going to challenge us, or at least we haven't for the last 50 years. Current one is doing that, for better or for worse. That's the real problem. The commercial, the old space contractors can go fast. They can go fast. They need, if you give them a reason to go fast. That's the real thing here. And I can already tell you that that is not that. It's funny because, I disagree with some things that Jared Isaacman is doing, but he's inadvertently showing that they can go fast. Look at the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is back in the VAB after the Artemis 2 mission. The aft segments for the Artemis 3 mission are already in processing work. Legacy contractors can go fast if they need to, if there's a reason to. Without a reason, they're just going to twiddle their thumbs, which is what they've been doing for a long time. To be clear, including the Russians post-USSR was a good idea, but not for cost or schedule reasons. It worked really well in keeping 4 of our Soviet rocket scientists from going off to smaller countries to build ICBMs. And yet they just somehow have that capability anyway. Okay. The problem is that the president and cabinet... Katra, I don't want to get into the weeds about that, dude. I really don't. All I'm saying is that you need a goal. I don't care if it's beat China. You just need a goal. You need a goal. If you don't have a goal, if you don't have a deadline for these legacy space companies to scale to, they're just going to sit there and do nothing, which is what's been going on. People are gifting me games again. I just got gifted. What is Road to Vostok? Hardcore single-player survival game set in a post-apocalyptic border zone between Finland and Russia. Survive, loot, plan, and prepare to cross the border into Vostok. A permadeath zone where one mistake can end it all. What is that? Can you read Axiom tweet in the president's voice? No. But once again, fellas, I'm trying not to frame this as a gigantic rant. I'm not going to get mad. It's just the procurement is we've chosen a very roundabout way of procuring things when the problem here is that we just don't have a goal. Like I said, it's very clear that Jared Isaacman, it's very clear that Jared Isaacman has upped the schedule because, and I know people that work in exploration ground systems. I know people that work in EGS. They can go faster. They don't have a need to. Like SLS can be put together. I guarantee you Artemis 3 will be done sooner rather than later. It absolutely will. They rolled out the core stage and they'll integrate it with the MPS over the next couple of months. They can go faster. They can scale to a deadline. You just got to give them a deadline. And it's interesting that he's inadvertently proving that point here. Let's see what Axiom had to say about it. Axiom Space is delivering the most advanced spacesuit ever built for human lunar exploration. And we're doing it with the urgency the Artemis campaign... Oh, that's funny! We're doing it with the urgency that the Artemis campaign demands. To date, we've logged more than 950 hours of crewed pressurized testing, completed the first thermal vac testing of the pressure garment, and delivered over 1,300 products towards the critical design review, which we're on track to complete this year. We remain confident in our path to a 2027 demonstration and supporting America's return to the lunar surface in 2028. That's weird. So strange. We appreciate the OIG's continued focus on strengthening NASA's long-term approach to human spaceflight, and we share its commitment to mission success. It's a privilege to rebuild a sovereign U.S. spacesuit capability, one the nation has not updated for low Earth orbit or low lunar exploration in decades. Low Earth orbit or lunar exploration in decades, and we're honored to do this work in partnership with NASA. We'll see. Because even if they do scale to deadline, right, you're doing with the urgency that the Artemis campaign demands in their own words. Even if that is a thing, that just tells me that the procurement avenue, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but your procurement avenue doesn't mean nothing. Like if you'd use commercial or public-private, or if you just use commercial or like in-house, right? If you use commercial or in-house, you're still going to try to scale, or you're still going to scale to a deadline. And if commercial can do it with cheaper, I'll be the first one to let you know. But there's really no evidence to suggest that. So they've only been really working on it for the last year. That's what 950 hours translates to. Yes and no. The suppliers of the ESM have shown what's possible. They've delivered 4 regardless of where each SLS is in the build process. Too many suppliers on a product is bound to exaggerate inefficiencies. Possible, yeah. I'm of the opinion that if NASA cannot get a minimum of 2 to 3 options for a thing like say a spacesuit, then it should be made in-house. Yeah, Vert, that's exactly, I said this in 2022 before the XEVA's program even started. And I'm happy that Axiom is putting their nose to the grindstone. That's great, but that's still, look, if we had just kept going with the XEMU instead of canceling it for the XEVA's thing, right? We would have a spacesuit ready right now. Like, It's very, very interesting. Anyway, I'm trying to teach people here about procurement in systems engineering. I think that's important to understand. But yeah, I think we've hashed that out pretty dang well. What else do you guys want to talk about? So we're going over space news for the last week that I wasn't here. Okay, what's that, Genji Guts? What do you got? I don't understand the planned money for the next Artemis mission / moon base. It's 20 billion. It feels very little to me, or you're missing something. Genji, to be honest with you, dude, it's not going to take much more money to build out the moon base. Well, let me rephrase that. If we give SLS the upper stage that it needs, then it's not going to take much more money. Or if Starship or Blue Moon Mark II or whatever, if those work, it's not going to be that much more expensive. What's expensive is the getting it there part. And I would argue that there are plenty of solutions there. Astronaut press conference, New Glenn mishap. All right, New Glenn mishap. Okay, so New Glenn Sunday morning launched AST Space Mobile here, Bluebird 7. And it was a very pretty launch. I did watch it. I was sitting on a runway looking at this on my phone with Gage, Jerry, and a couple people from the AIAA. It was pretty good. Pretty nice launch. They did launch it. And guess what? Never Tell Me the Odds did this. Look at that. Hello. Woof. That's pretty good. Blue Origin successfully reused a first stage for this mission. I haven't got there yet, Ravshan. Yep. How about the vast new adapter proposal? We could talk about that one, man. Sure. Vast docking port? All right, I'll do that after this. I don't know, Drunar. I don't think so. So they did get their stage. They did get a stage back, reusing the stage that launched the New Glenn 2 mission. Nice. Those puffs of smoke are the reaction control systems. What's with the orange? You know, I'm not 100% sure. It could just be the way the exhaust is reflecting off the light there. Yeah. Could be just the paint burning off the deck of the ship. Probably what that is. Some swamp gas. Rapid oxidization of the deck. Yeah. So the rocket engine is for, I mean, without any water being sprayed on the deck of the drone ship, yeah, you're basically ablating the metal on the deck of the drone ship like a heat shield. That heat has to go somewhere, and the metal is good. Metal's a good conductor of heat, so yeah. The rocket engine is for not ablating it. That's not really the right way to say it. It's just, yeah, melting it. It rust. It's abrasive. It's like sandblasting it, only with fire. But yeah, it did land. Now, unfortunately, Blue Origin a little bit later confirmed payload separation. AST Space Mobile has confirmed that the satellite is powered on and the payload was placed into an off-nominal orbit. We are currently assessing and will update when we have more detailed information. This is coming from Alex over at NSF. Hey, Troy Incorporated. Rating with a party of 7. Thank you very much. AST Space Mobile says on a press release that the altitude of the deployment orbit is too low to sustain operations with its thruster. There's too much drag to raise its orbit, and therefore it has decided to deorbit the satellite. Ooh. And here's a response about it from Dave. Dave Limp. Now that we have a more complete view, we wanted to provide an update on our NG3 mission. While we were pleased with the nominal booster recovery, we clearly didn't deliver the mission our customer wanted and our team expects. Early data suggests that on our second GS2 burn, one of the BE-3U engines didn't produce sufficient thrust to reach our target orbit. Blue Origin is leading the anomaly investigation with FAA oversight to learn from the data and implement the improvements needed to quickly return to flight operations. We've been in steady communication with the team at AST Space Mobile, and we appreciate their partnership, and we're looking forward to many flights together. Oh, Jared said something. Dave, I have no doubt the team at Blue will get back to the pad and fly again soon. Overcoming setbacks only gets us closer to achieving the near impossible. I'm confident Blue's sustained achievements, like the successful reuse and recovery of the New Glenn first stage we saw this week, will keep us on track for the Artemis program. Dave replied, said, "Thank you, Jared. Learnings from this setback will make us better. We're back on the pad soon for AST, NASA, and all of our customers." Hello. Mott Scanley here. Oh, that's bad. No. Oh. 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 That's so screwed up, dude. All right. We're good. So, yeah, off nominal thrust on the GS2. On GS2, that's I'm not sure what that means. Off nominal thrust means that could be a bunch of things, dudes. My mind is kind of defaulting to one of the B3U engines didn't turn on, which is very interesting. You know, it can't be that now that I'm thinking about it. And what are you saying, Phil? Lots of bad optics on Blue for claiming mission success because the booster landed and celebrating while their customer payload was burning up in the atmosphere. Oof. Wouldn't that difference in thrust have been seen and adjusted with a burn? Nuclear, that's yeah, predominant. Yeah, I don't blame them. But the stage still separated and deorbited. If one engine has low thrust, won't the other engine compensate? Yeah, see, saying one engine didn't produce sufficient thrust to reach the target orbit is very interesting. That could be a wide swath of things, not sloth. Sloths are the things that the animal that goes really slow. See, okay, here's why this is weird. So B3Us, guys, are using an expander cycle, all right? So time to learn, all right? Expander cycles are very, 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 very simple engines. They're extraordinarily simple. I cannot say this, like, I cannot speak enough to, like, For a liquid fuel bipropellant engine, the only thing that gets simpler than an expander cycle is probably a pressure-fed system, like Orion's service propulsion system engine. That's probably the only thing that gets that's easier. Here, let me show you. So what does an expander cycle do? All right. An expander cycle is utilized in the application of hydrogen and oxygen bipropellant liquid fuel rocket engines, okay? So this is a diagram for one. As you can see, not very complicated. I mean, it's still rocket science, just remember that. But what this essentially does is you have boost pumps that create head pressure. And how the boost pumps create head pressure by starting a flow through of liquid fuel through a nozzle, not through the nozzle, into the engine, okay? And what that does, right? This is a weird diagram for an RL10. Let me use a different diagram. I don't like that diagram. The diagram sucks. Shut it. All right, we use this one. This one will work. Okay, so you have boost pumps that make pressure up here at your turbine inlets or at your impeller inlets, okay? And then from there, the hydrogen flows through the engine, okay? If you look, right, going through the turbine here, you have your main fuel line, see that? Going into the engine. And that's liquid hydrogen. And when the liquid hydrogen contacts the outer walls of the engine, this is an RL10. BE3U is very similar, right? It expands, right? The liquid wants to turn to gas because it's absorbing some of the heat through here. What that gas expansion does is drive a turbine. It drives the turbine. That turbine is attached to a gearbox, and the gearbox turns a liquid oxygen impeller. Now, once again, a BE3U isn't exactly like this, but the manner of operation, using hydrogen to cool the nozzle and then turn to gas to turn a turbine, right? That is your principle of operation. So it's very simple. This is a very simple design. Expander cycles are extraordinarily simple compared to like Raptor, which is like a full flow stage combustion cycle. It's very, very, very simple comparatively. Now, Gabe's saying that, dude, like, one of the BE3Us didn't produce sufficient thrust. It's like almost not impossible for an expander cycle to not work correctly, but in order for them to not work correctly, physics has to not be working correctly. So I'm inclined to think that one of the boost pumps isn't working right. Or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't even, to be honest with you, I know that Centaur uses a boost pump. I don't even know if, GS2 uses that. I don't know. Long story short, that's a very vague way of saying whatever went wrong. There's a thousand different reasons why an engine isn't going to produce sufficient thrust, but also at the same time, it's an expander. It's an expander cycle that I'm not going to say that it wasn't the engine that broke, but that's very unlikely. Could they have lost a nozzle? I don't know. Like, an expander cycle either works or it doesn't. Like, there's no didn't produce the sufficient thrust to reach our target. Dude, it either works or it doesn't work. Because if the engine isn't working, that means physics has stopped working, and that's, yeah. Possible propellant leak. Could they have lost the nozzle? Maybe, I don't know. I mean, Blue is keeping it vague, as they usually do. A line leak. I saw Baron say something earlier about the RCS working overtime on GS2. Yeah. I've heard some things about that when I was at AIAA. The RCS working overtime and not sufficient thrust from the BE3U means it didn't turn on. And once again, like I said, it's very unlikely that a BE3U would have a problem because of this expander cycle. It's so ridiculously simple. I cannot stress that enough. I don't know if I got the point across how simple that motor is. BE3Us are a little bit more complicated than an RL10, but it's the same idea, right? What I'm trying to tell you is that it's not the engine. It's not the engine, it's something else. It could be the boost pumps, could be a line leak. The BE3U either works or it doesn't, just like an RL10. It either works or it doesn't work. There's no like, oh, we blew a fuel line going to the engine. No. That would have shown up in the hot fire test, dude. If you broke apart like that, I mean, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. This stuff's complicated, right? Like, 3LRD, what was your last? Oh, okay. I already did that. All right. Can we watch the launch? Was the TWR too low on one engine? Yeah, I don't think they even had TWR, dude. I think this thing spun out of control or something. What's also crazy is that they were targeting a 49.1 degree inclination, and it looks like the first burn took them to a 36.1 degree inclination. Michael, haven't they had a couple of BE3Us blow up during testing, one recently? I don't recall that. I mean, fellas, what it could do, I know that the BE3Us have a good amount of thrust vectoring, right? So if one just shut off, they could have the stage kind of fly sideways like this with one engine kind of tilted through the center of mass. That would mean your RCS is working to keep it on an even keel and the engine is moving. But once again, you're at that point, you're taking a cosine thrust loss. Well, actually, no, you're not. That's not a cosine thrust loss. That's just, that would work, I suppose. But with one engine, you're not going to get the TWR that you need to get into the right orbit. Thank you for covering the AIAA. That was great to watch. Shout out to the whole team. Design, build, and fly was fun, dude. I'd do that again. They did have a GS2 ground testing failure. The 2CAT got damaged in a test. Yeah. But that was a test as far as I know. That wasn't like a qual test. They were trying something different. This, Noble, you liked it? It was pretty fun, wasn't it? Yeah, interesting. Either way, guys, that's... I said it once, I'll say it again. I think Blue will figure out this problem, but... This is a little bit of a recurring theme. You're on the clock here. You're on the clock here to deliver a lander in 2028, remember? Or 2027. Blue Moon Mark II needs to be done in 2027, right? For potentially an Artemis 3 test, right? Clock's ticking. Even if you finish the lander, if the vehicle is down for however many months for this investigation, that's just less flights. Like, is that what caused the immediate change in direction after separation and second stage startup? Immediate change in direction? Maybe I should watch it. All right, this is from AST's stream, but it's fine.
To protect the vehicle from shock waves. And also
okay, yep. All right. Yeah, sorry, I don't think so. I watched Yeah. I watched up until staging, and I didn't see much after that. I had to get back to work, dude. It was so tough. There was a lot of challenges with doing the AIAA gig because they were opening and closing the airport at night. So we had to get all of our equipment like off the taxiways and stuff. That's why I didn't stream it all last week, dude. That made for very, very challenging days. We had to set, oh man, look at that. We had to set up the we had to set up the streaming setup like 5 times, dude. What are the plans for Artemis 3 involving the landers? There's supposed to be an Earth orbit, on-orbit test of the landers. I don't know about suit testing. Just got in. Wanted to say you did an awesome job with hosting. Thanks, Electron. Yeah, I like doing that. I like giving commentary like that. That's fun. Zelios, what do you got? That's on purpose because of the shallow ascent for the booster. Yeah, fellas, I didn't see... We went... Actually, no. We watched until landing. But I was unloading the truck while we were doing it.
Look good at full thrust.
This looks fine. Everything here looks okay. New Glen's performing fine. Oh, hello. Could you explain the Artemis 3 mission? It'd be hard to, Philip, because we don't even know what it is yet. They haven't really ironed out its exact mission architecture. We should get that information in the coming weeks. Supposedly, it's a low Earth orbit demonstration where they dock Orion to a couple of landers. Personally, if it was up to me, I would not have it be a low Earth orbit mission. The high Earth orbit that Artemis 2 went into before they went out to the moon would be what I would do with that. Yeah, I would have Orion get into that same high Earth orbit trajectory, rendezvous with the landers in the high Earth orbit trajectory, and do another lunar flyby. If you really want my honest opinion, that's what I would do. Thanks, Philip. Did you get to bum a ride at anybody's plane? No. The airport was closed whenever I was there, dang it. Is Leo just safer to abort from? Yeah, for the most part, Dino. Actually, dudes, now that I'm thinking about it, that's a really good idea. Yeah, send Artemis 3 into the exact same orbit that you sent Artemis 2 into. Rendezvous with the landers there. So for instance, instead of doing the rendezvous proximity operations test, right? Like Artemis 2 did, you put the lander in that same orbit and rendezvous with the dang thing. Test your docking in high Earth orbit. That makes it really safe. So if you need to abort or whatever, you could just detach and come back down, right? Or if the lander needs to, if the lander gets broken, whatever, just detach it and it'll deorbit eventually. It'll burn up, right? Because the high Earth orbit had a very low perigee. The perigee was below the ISS. And then if all's honky-dory, shoot Orion out to the moon, do another lunar flyby, and come back. What orbit was Apollo 9? Apollo 9 was in low Earth orbit. That's actually a really good idea. Okay, let's see. Here's the part you guys wanted to see. Hello? Is there... Did we get like a something else from Blue?
Landing for more insight. We're going to have Miko.
All right, let's see this.
By stage separation and then payload jettison. Let's take a look. Quickly, we're going to have Miko main engine cutoff, followed shortly by stage separation.
That would require using the last ICPS. Leo mission can save it for Artemis 4. That's why I think they're testing in Leo.
Stand by. Miko confirmed.
Correction, now we have Miko.
Oh, hello. I only saw this on my phone. Damn, dude. That's sick. That sucks that this mission didn't work, because that was pretty cool. Hello. Hey, look at that. Look at that. All right, let's see. Okay.
Separation.
Boost pumps.
You're looking down at the two BE3Us.
We have ignition and full thrust on both BE3U engines.
You hear the cheers?
No, that's normal. Zelios, that's normal.
BE3Us. That's Team Blue you hear, by the way.
Who else would it be?
Everything's looking nominal. GS2 ignition and full thrust.
Yeah, Katra, I'm worried about that. Scott Manley's video on the launch from Monday mentions the pitch up of GS2 as intentional and has good video. Yeah, that's normal. Hello.
About 30 seconds away from that landing burn.
Both engines continue to look good.
Sounds like the engines look good.
Coming up on landing burn. And we see 3 good engines on landing burn. Indication confirmed.
3 good engines on landing burn
Hey.
is what I'm hearing from Patrick. Are they changing GS1? They are. Little low-level clouds.
Switch to one engine. See the chamber pressure.
Here we go.
Dude, when I saw this on my phone, I thought it tipped over. I thought it tipped. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought it fell over.
I'm hearing cheers of a touchdown. I think touchdown is. We see a lot of clouds of smoke there, but I'm hearing good cheers. Great drone shots there. There we have it.
That's pretty nice, dude.
Welcome back once again. Never tell me the odds. It's good to say that twice, Alice. Oh my gosh, it sure is. Look
Fuel dump.
at that shot of
Tank depress.
GS1 on the landing part.
Read Phil's last message. Also, this could really be anything, but there was comm bleed over at T-minus 430, video timestamp 105. Yeah, we do not understand the full impact, whether it's the full loss of functionality or redundancy therein. T-minus 403.
Autonomous mode, meaning that the flight computer takes over and people on the ground stop commanding it directly. This is where we hand off to Patrick Moore. He's inside mission control. We talked to him earlier. Now he's going to take us through launch and landing.
Yeah, we do not understand the full impact, whether it's full loss of A functionality or redundancy therein.
Mission control. We talked to him earlier. Now he's going to take us through launch and landing.
Yeah, we do not understand the full impact, whether it's full loss of A functionality or redundancy therein.
Hey, Jim, how are you? It sounds like Blue got a little bit of go fever. That sounds like they got a little bit of go fever. Huh. If you hear the go no go poll, it's not great. Is that because of how SpaceX does things? No, they're Highlander. It's because they're look. Blue needs to get New Glenn operational. Now remember, this isn't NASA. NASA, you know, doesn't necessarily need to get stuff done quick. I would argue that they do, but you know, with Blue, they're a company. It's New Glenn has to be profitable. They've sank an insane amount of money into this project, and you have to get a return on investment. You have to. That's just how this works if you want to run a business correctly. Now, I'm not saying that people there don't know what they're doing, right? But you have to, it has to run. How long has LC-36 been ready to go? Like, we knew what this launch pad was going to look like in 2017, guys. That's when they released their first promo footage of it. You know what I'm saying? So they're under the gun. They have to get this thing profitable. They have to launch LEO, the Amazon LEO satellites. They have to put those things into space. You have to. And NASA's paying you a good amount of money to build them a lander that needs to be ready in 12 months. And the lander needs you're not, I mean, even if they finish the lander, having this thing not working is not going to get your lander anywhere near where NASA needs it. Are we going to watch Electron tonight? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's, I don't really know what to make of that, dude.
Mission control, we talked to him earlier. Now he's going to take us through launch and landing.
Yeah, we do not understand the full impact, whether it's full loss of A functionality or redundancy therein.
Guys, that could be about 1,000 different things, dude. There's no specificity to that statement. There's also delivery timelines for their commercial contracts. Yeah, I know. Try and find the go no go poll. It was a mess.
Great to
miles offshore.
Go pending the.
Second.
the rocket as we await another go no go poll for terminal count.
All right, let me listen here.
Go.
Confirmed all external assets can support new 20 of 1125 Zulu.
Okay.
Here, I'm just gonna stand up and stretch a little bit.
All stations are still on count one.
Hello? No, Waldo, we're watching a replay, dude. There's supposed to be a go no go poll going on here, but can I say something that might be controversial? You don't like 9x4, it looks bad. I think 7x2 looks great. Yeah, 9x4 doesn't do it for me either, JM. But here's the thing: if it works, then I really don't care what it looks like.
Crowd 2, you're approved to put those steps inward. I'll say something LD on count 1 with your go pull for terminal count. When pulled, respond go or no go. GC. Go. LC1.
Go. No go.
LC. Say again.
Stand by 1.
LC2.
Go.
LSO.
Go.
LSM.
Go.
RC.
Go.
ESR.
Not ready. Stand by.
Go pending the trajectory upload to the for the radios.
Trajectory upload.
AC.
Go.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. Why are you uploading trajectory data to this thing at 15 minutes out? Hello? Yeah, that's normal. They missed the first window. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's right. Yeah, I don't know why you would resume count without doing that, but hey, whatever.
Go.
PLI.
Go.
DMD.
Yeah, that's right. You would need to if you missed the first window, and they did go into a hold. I remember now. Yes. That's not a big deal. Like,
Discovery,
it's just
go at throttle up.
going through the go no go poll without that being like locked in is not ideal.
DMD is go. We are go pending LC1 completing final PDI uploads. And crowd 2 completing his actions from DA.
Huh.
GC LC1 LC2 configure for terminal count for 2-2 L7000.
They had a no-go and they still proceeded with... What? Why? Why would you do this? I'd be very interested to see what that trajectory... Wait a minute, doesn't this rocket have RAN steering? What trajectory are we talking about? Hey Blitz, what's going on? Snowy, 30-month resub, thank you. What's RAN steering? RAN steering is the ability for the trajectory to update itself in real time depending on the depending on where you go in the window, dude. It's basically automatic trajectory upgrades. Or automatic trajectory updates. Right angle of ascension node. It's basically the guidance systems will modify the trajectory depending on when you go in the window. LC1, the no-go, is the head of electrical avionics and power. Well, she said trajectory rockets, so it's avionics, right? Like I think that's a fair assumption there. Why are we proceeding into... I just don't understand why to proceed with terminal count when your something with your trajectory is caca.
And crowd 2 completing his actions from DA. GC LC1 LC2 configure for terminal
In
count.
Guido, I work in there. Yeah.
GC copies.
Are we on launch watch? Cash, this is a replay from Sunday morning. You said yourself, go Fever.
Completely autonomous mode, meaning that the flight computer takes over and people on the ground stop commanding it directly.
This is where we hand off to Patrick Moore. He's inside mission control. We talked to him earlier. Now he's going to take us through launch and landing.
Yeah, we do not understand the full impact, whether it's full loss of A functionality or redundancy therein.
Give me 1 second. Dudes, look. I'm not one to suggest that I know more. What I'm telling you is that if I was running my own rocket company, and I was the CEO of said rocket company, if we were chasing an anomaly 3 minutes and 57 seconds into a count, I would stop it immediately. No. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. I wouldn't do that. There's a lot of risk here, and you have a customer payload up there. Okay? Now, see, okay, here's where my mind is going. All right? Look. There's no way Blue's rocket doesn't have some form of RAN steering. There's not a chance. If it did, that would mean it's carrying avionics from like the 70s. Or, maybe the 90s. We'll say the 90s, all right? There's no way. Not a chance. It has to, there's no way it's carrying an avionics package like that, especially since the first stage lands, okay? It's something that can make trajectory corrections. So that tells me that trajectory it's for landing. It's for something that's not or at least something that they don't think is consequential to the main mission. Because if you were chasing something that would jeopardize the mission at T-minus 4 minutes, you would scrub. That's just common sense. You would say, hell no, I'm not doing this. If you were updating the trajectory for the payload, no way. There's no way. That has to be a secondary objective. It has to be for the second stage. Or for the first stage. Let me put it this way. If that anomaly that they're chasing is with the second stage, dude, they have some serious, they have to stand there and look in the mirror for a little while. They're going to take a long look at themselves, because that's bad. That's no good. Where are we at with the next Starship launch? I would say May sometime. Can we define said anomaly? That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going with this, dude. Whatever that is, it's not something that they think is going to jeopardize the mission, because you have to be off your rocker to get to T-minus 4 minutes of one of the most powerful rockets ever made, and then have trajectory upload problems with the main mission. That tells me that's for the first stage. It's something with the trajectory for the first stage. Blue has said in the past that they would work on the trajectory for the first stage. Jeff said that after the first landing. Yeah, that tells me that that's something with the first stage. I could be wrong, though. I mean, I don't know. I mean, dude, chasing bugs at this point in the count is that's not good. It'd be a shame that the one time Blue wasn't following their Gratitim Ferociter, it would bite them. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that. Why your AC would be chasing bugs pretty much to like T-minus 4 minutes. Don't you think that's a little close? Huh. Maybe they got the understanding in the 4 minutes remaining. Yeah, but DH, here's the thing. So yeah, you figured out whatever that was, right? You figured out whatever it was, and that's 4 minutes where you're not figuring out, we're not giving the vehicle the best odds of success here. Now, once again, fellas, there's nothing saying that whatever that is part of the failure. I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably not. Just like, dude, you wouldn't be chasing something this poopy doopy this close to T0. You wouldn't be chasing an anomaly that's going to jeopardize your main mission this close to T0. That's just stupid. And Blue, like I said, look, we want to give Blue crap. They're not stupid. This is something else. Yeah, destroyed. That's exactly what we're doing. I'm guessing they need more flight to get things right and tight. They will. Scaling is difficult, dude. It's difficult. Extremely rigid proof of function timelines mean Blue can say, look, it's worth more to launch now and reimburse the customer for the loss than it is to delay and miss unspecified deadline. Also glad you're back. Maybe, Zach. I don't know. I'm still just trying to freaking, like, what the heck happened with this damn stage? Ignoring the T-minus 4 minute comm thing to go no-go poll was a mess. Yeah, something, dude. I hope Blue's not feeling schedule pressure, dudes. That would be really bad. However, the last-minute trajectory data for the second stage deorbit could affect the stage operation and burn times. Fellas, I have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Nobody's that stupid. Nobody in this industry would do that. Whatever they're chasing is something that's inconsequential to the main mission. I'm convinced. Dude, no one's that dumb. Blue definitely isn't. They've proven in the past that they can get it done. It's something funky was going on here, dude. Maybe it was too early in the morning. Maybe everybody was tired. Maybe they didn't have their coffee yet. I don't know. It's still an assumption. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Would you fly the first stage again? Sure. Why not? They just upgraded its engines. That stage has got to work. Dude, New Glenn has to work. It can't not work. You can't, like, that's bad. That's really bad for Blue. And that sucks because, like I said, I know a lot of people that work there, and I'm not trying to glaze them or anything. Like, this sucks. That's not good. That's great that you got your first stage back, but that means dick if you can't deliver a payload, right? Like, it seems like second stages are hard to develop. I mean, it depends, yeah. I have the link, Hellfish. Guys, Echo, that's the thing, dude. B3Us are an expander cycle. The expanders either work or they don't. It's not one or the other. That's something strange, dude. That's a strange anomaly, whatever it is. You guys, like that lower thrust is not, that's, expander cycles don't do that. Dude, that second engine didn't work. It didn't fire. Like, they had one engine firing and it spun the stage out of control. That's what happened. Like, expander cycles don't halfway work. And rocket engines, unless induced, you don't get less thrust. People are going to say, "Oh, what if there was a leak?" If there was a leak, the whole thing would blow up. Like, the whole thing would explode. It's usually one or the other. Like, rocket engines don't fire, and it's like, "Oh, we were expecting 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, and we only got 500." No, that's not how this works. Something broke. And whether that anomaly thing has something to do with it, I'm not sure. Blue is being vague again. We don't know. B3s use the LOX and LH2 in their expander cycle. Maybe some complication with that made it turn on. See, Lava, where I'm getting confused is that they've hot fired this stage. This stage was put on the hot fire test stand and it worked. What's the problem here? What happened? Like, what do you think about SpaceX? I like SpaceX, Gallifirst. I like everybody, dude. I'm greedy, man. I like everyone. I'm not like a SpaceX or a Blue or a NASA fanboy. I want every one of those entities to launch more rockets. Like, can you recap what happened? Hokey, the New Glenn mission on Sunday failed. They landed the booster, and that was sick. It was awesome. It was really cool to see Never Tell Me the Odds come back. But, yeah, so they put the second stage into a parking orbit. And when they went to do an apogee raise to put it into GTO, like, Hokey, here's where I'm getting, like, right? Like, B3Us are twin power head expander cycle. They either work or expander cycles either work or they don't. There's no halfway. Like, you don't get off nominal thrust from an expander cycle. It works or it doesn't. The plumbing is so ridiculously simple. It either works or it doesn't. Like, I don't have a better way to say that. Any news about why? They said they had off nominal thrust. I don't know what that means. Like, off nominal thrust? No. No. Check this thread. Repost from Mr. McDowell. As we know, New Glenn's upper stage failed to conduct its primary circularization burn. This left the payload in an unrecoverable low orbit. Oh. What's up, Dylan? We have tracking data on the payload, however. There is no data provided for the New Glenn upper stage at this time. It's safe to assume it did not complete a disposal burn. New Glenn's upper stage and payload will re-enter in the next 4 to 5 days. New Glenn's upper stage dry mass is around 25 metric tons and it measures in at 77 by 23, which is comparable to the Long March 5B stage that Cask left in orbit. Oh, God. Oh, that is a gigantic piece of uncontrollable debris. That's not good, man. I said it was bad when SpaceX did it. I said it was bad when China did it. This is bad. That's not good. I think he meant the stage had lower thrust because of an engine out. He said one of the B force did not perform at a nominal thrust, Pop. Those things either work or they don't. Like, you're not... Oh, This is bad. Anyway, New Glenn upper stage and payload will re-enter within the next 4 to 5 days. Yeah, okay. New Glenn's upper stage poses a significant risk to locations between 31.11 degrees north-south latitude and will generate a large debris field. If it re-enters over land, largely intact pieces may be found. That's speculation. All right. Space Force has released the tracking data. There's still not been official tracking data released for New Glenn, but it's apparent that it performed about half of its burn and likely was in a 200 by 470 by 43 degree inclined orbit. However, the lack of tracking data in our public observations could indicate it deorbited under its own thrust, albeit likely outside of the planned deorbit zone. Does it pose a threat to Starlings? No. Oh yeah, that happened. By the way. At this point, not providing data on where the stage is plain bullcrap, and space safety and tracking services will be going crazy right now. Let's see if Jonathan has anything about this. Yeah, this is the other thing, dude. If that thing was firing at lower thrust, it would have increased its burn time. A lot of rockets have compensation systems that do that. I don't see New Glenn being any different, right? Because of how the closed loop guidance system works on these things, right? It knows where it is, so it knows where it isn't. If it figures out that it doesn't have enough acceleration to reach its intended orbit, it'll keep the engines on for longer. That's what modern avionics do. They're like kind of auto-correcting. That's why they say nominal instead of perfect, right? When it comes to like spaceflight trajectories, like everything's nominal, which means, you know, it's going to be close, right? The second stage can correct. We see it all the time because Arianespace, you know, you might hate them, right? You might like them. Arianespace has the balls to show their trajectory information, so we could see the stage correcting. We could see the stage doesn't follow a perfect. It's not perfectly straight down the track. It moves, right? But we didn't see any of that happen here. Dude, one of those B-3Us exploded. I'm like almost positive. Like one of the B-3Us exploded. Hard start, leak, boost pump. I don't know. It's not off nominal thrust. It didn't work. One of them didn't start. There's really no other way of looking at this. Like, this is really weird. Space Force just issues another Bluebird 7 orbit with an epic of 1235 UTC yesterday in a nominal orbit of 455 by 462 at 49 degrees. I suspect this orbit is bogus and is a search orbit, not based on real measurement that slipped through by accident. Oh, what a mess, dude. What a mess. Holy crap. That's a colossal screw up. Just like when SpaceX when that Falcon 9 didn't perform a deorbit burn and it re-entered over the Pacific Northwest and like rained COPVs down like around Portland and stuff. Do you guys remember that? That was bad. That was really bad. We're lucky nobody got hurt. This is worse. See, Falcon 9 at the time had the luxury of a lot of flights, so SpaceX figured out relatively quick what went wrong and was able to fix it, and it's never happened since. Well, Goalie, I was saying it's an expander cycle, dude. There's no turbo pump. Expander cycles use the evaporation of propellants by running it through the cooling channels on the nozzle to actuate their turbines. There's no turbo pumps here. It's an expander cycle. It either works or it doesn't work. There's no like, oh, we expected 100% and we only got 50% thrust. No. It either blew up or it didn't work. Like it either works or it exploded. It's not the expander cycle architecture. If an expander cycle engine doesn't work, it's because it exploded. Because if there's another reason why it doesn't work, an expander cycle doesn't work, it means physics doesn't work. Because it uses the evaporation of propellants. Like that means evaporation has stopped evaporating, which no. It exploded. It's that one of those stages blew up. Or one of the engines blew up. That's what happened. A hard start or something? I don't know. Like, I don't know why this would hard start, right? I don't know how it would hard start. The stage was hot fired many times. Like, what would cause a hard start here? Yeah, Beltfed, that's what I'm talking about. Does that make Dave Limp a liar? No, he's not a liar. He was just very vague about what he said. He said off nominal thrust. That's not wrong. But both seem to have started after separation. Yeah, Snib, that's what makes this really weird. Their initial parking orbit was fine. Who's ready for the Bruins to get smeeshed? I don't know. Are you ready for this timeout, though? Freaking boom! Oh, damn! Are you ready for this timeout? Dude, I honestly, I really hope game 1 wasn't indicative of game 2. Like, please, dude, please. Game 1 was so embarrassing, dude. I'm like, oh, God. How embarrassing. Oh, my goodness. Get Vivitard, nerd. Bro. I watched the highlights from that game. Even the highlights were difficult to watch. Anyway, yeah. Fellas, there's really no other thing here. They went to relight one of the B3Us and it exploded. That's not great. So like, okay, from a straight fault tree analysis, that's a tricky one. One, you don't have your stage. That's a problem. It's really difficult to diagnose problems when you don't have it in front of you. 2, if the stage is probably still up there, and if it is still up there, it's going to take a little while to come back down. From what I'm looking at, from like what Jonathan McDowell is saying, etc., it seemed to be like halfway through. Well, not halfway. It seemed to have gotten a decent way into like insertion there. So it's like 400 by 200 or something type of orbit. 200 kilometer perigee, meaning the low point in the orbit, that's still decaying. It'll come back down. Oh, it'll come back down. But now you have a non-passivated, so still full of fuel because the engine didn't work, damaged upper stage that is on a, that's uncontrolled. It's going to uncontrollably re-enter. Hopefully most of it burns up. That's probably what will happen, but you don't know where it's coming down. That's a big problem. Can we take a look at the Artemis 2 heat shield pictures? Sure. Maybe the first start of a shutdown caused a leak and caused further issues. Yeah, 3LRD. Once again, this is a super tricky problem to figure out because this problem they haven't seen this before. And testing Testing an on-orbit restart is not... Give me 1 second. STS-93 or something like it, 100% could see a leak of hydrogen making one engine underperform without a major anomaly. With an expander cycle, dude. Have you seen that video Jonathan McDowell retweeted of something re-entering above the Maldives? Yes. Dude, something... Wouldn't this just be a verification? Well, JM, here's the weird part. That stage was hot-fired, and its insertion burn was just fine. This is bad. Blue needs to fix this. This mission has Go Fever written all over it. We already have a leading theory of what went wrong. The engine, guys. The more I think about this, the more the engine popped, which sucks. That sucks, dude. Because New Glenn is really needed to do the Artemis program. That's really important. Your insistence that the failure modes for an expander cycle is pure binary works explodes is bothering you. You don't know that. Yes, I do. The RL10 is a pretty good example of it not working, or it not working on Flex. Yeah, I do. I have like miles, or decades of RL10s flying to kind of prove that. Stardust Air Espace. Thank you for the raid. I hate how vague they are with everything. Bro, you openly said on the mic that you didn't know what was going on. Come on now. Yeah, right? Just be glad it wasn't a B4. Yep. Couldn't they bleed the pressure from the fuel tanks through the engines like how others have done so to try and gain some control? Well, they have RCS. Bonjour. Bonjour, mon amis. What's up, guys? How are you? We're talking about New Glenn and how it didn't work. Someone moon Starbase Live? Awesome. Bonjour à tous. À tous des Didio. La confinale. 4, 3, 2, 1, décollage! Think of how bad this would have been had Endurance, their lander, been on it. Yeah, dude. I just don't know what would cause a hard start. Like, why would that even happen? Could have been a gas bubble. Don't you think that something like that would have showed up in testing though, spoiled? Like, that's what's funky about this. I'm pretty dang sure that thing hard started. Like, I've all but confirmed it. Like, why? Why would you hard start on a relight? That makes no sense. So, dude, something's funky here. Icing the fuel or oxidizer. Didn't settle the fuel. That could be an article. It could be ice. Yeah, it could be valves. Could this be related to the 2-cat explosion? Maybe. It's possible. Yeah, that's... Fluid management issues? Yeah. See, Aqualix, they had problems with that in the past. Fluid management. They had problems with it. But it was with the first stage when they first tried to land. Wait, what happened? Galates, they Blue's mission failed. Like the New Glenn launch failed. They did land the first stage and it was awesome, and the launch was frankly amazing, dude. Like
shockwaves.
The payload was AST Space Mobile's Bluebird 7 payload. This was a paying customer. The engine wasn't stubby. That's why it failed. Get out of here. Shoot that guy. Hey, Jigsaw, what's up? I'm just coming in saying hi, thanks. I'm a Master Snako follower, and your live Artemis coverage was absolutely cool. Thanks a lot. It was my pleasure, dude. The Artemis 2 is one of the Artemis 2 streams were some of the best streaming I've ever done. And I'm really happy to see people more hyped about space than ever. It's good stuff. I'm glad you guys liked it. It's because of the suit. I still have to go get that thing dry cleaned, man. When I watched it the first time, it looks like it got out of the pad extremely slow. New Glenn just does that, Hand Banana. Yeah, New Glenn just goes off the pad slow. They said they'll upgrade it. They'll upgrade it later. And the other thing is that it's just a big freaking rocket. It's very nice. Woo! Yooey! It is a nice looking rocket. Look at that dang thing. That is a nice... 7x2 is growing on me, dude. It's a nice looking rocket. I like it a lot. That is a pretty launch vehicle, man. So how far does this set Blue back? Spacey, once again, I'm would love to see EJ cover Flight Fest in Ohio. That show looks crazy. Maybe. I'd love to go to more air shows, guys. I love air shows. I love airplanes and I love rockets. You know that. How much does it set them back? What's going to set them back the most is trying to figure out what the hell happened. That's what's going to set them back. You have to prove. So in a process like this, you have to talk to the FAA, because this is since like 2019 or 2020 or something. Failed rocket launches are treated like plane crashes. Like if a plane crashes, you have to figure out why it crashed. You have to figure out why it crashed, and you have to figure out what happened, and you have to isolate it to a T so that it doesn't happen again. And in the meantime, while you're figuring out what happened, right, you ground the plane. No more flying. Because you don't know if whatever caused it is part of the ascent. Something may have broke. Something may have leaked. It's a mishap investigation. That's the word, right? So how far does it set them back? Well, I'm pretty sure they were planning on flying a lot this year, because of all the New Glenn Stage 2s that they have. Sorry. turbo. I'm fairly confident that they were planning on scaling up their flight cadence, so this is a pretty bad setback. Bless you. Thank you. It's a turbo. You know. Sorry, it's a blow-off valve. Well, it's a sneeze, but a blow-off valve. Whereas in KSP, I replay the same mission, even though it explodes every time. Yeah. Jeb doesn't care. Just fly it again. So, yeah, that's, guys, look, if it was anything else, like, between all that stuff, the go, no, go poll being a mess, them absolutely trying to figure out something that was correlative to trajectory, like in the last couple of minutes before flight, the second stage not working, it got, like, I'm pretty sure that stage spun out of control. Like, one of the engines, they went to fire it and it blew up. And the thing spun out of control. I'm pretty sure. That would explain why it's so hard to track this thing, because it's spinning, right? Spinning stuff is kind of harder to see because it like when you're trying to look at it through a telescope, it looks like a strobe light because it's in darkness. Then it's not. Then it's dark. Like it looks very weird. Scotts, you just got back from Sun and Fun? I'm jealous. Saturday show was amazing. Planes, drones, wingsuit, parachutes, fireworks, and fire bombs in one amazing show. Dude, the Sun and Fun show looked so good. Gage was telling me about that. He's like, I'm bummed I'm not at Sun and Fun. I'm like, what the hell's Sun and Fun? And he showed it to me, and I'm like, yep, that is a lot of sun, and that looks like a lot of fun at the same time. So then, it's not just a clever name. Dude, Rarest, I'm assuming it was an uncontrolled re-entry. Like I said, stuff that's spinning is really hard to track. Oshkosh South. Yeah, that's what Gage was describing it as, Magical. Gage was the guy that was doing the camera work, tracking the student planes at AIAA, at DBF. Did the Hong Kong team win anything? They did not get in the top 3. Something to do with the chaotic motion of fuel sloshing during the coast. Maybe there was a larger volume of fuel that went forward the first time they didn't think they had to account for. So maybe this time they used less ullage thrust. Or this time it was worse than what they modeled for. There's a pressure pulse from the impact of the blow that caused something related to Pogo. Maybe. Aqualix, you actually gave me an idea. They launched into a 40-degree inclination. Bluebird was geostationary transfer. So during the insertion burn, they would have had to, well, they clearly tried to brute force an inclination change, right? Like, so maybe that out of plane burn screwed them with the ullage. You might be right. I did see that one, Smirks, yeah. Your monthly reminder that you are invited to Oshkosh and able to stay. If Gage wants to come too, you can host both of us. I want to go to Oshkosh this year. When is it? July 20th through the 26th. They needed like 6 degrees of inclination change. They achieved 3. That's a very large amount. Yeah, Rocket Guy, something... I hate saying this, dude. Something went very wrong with that GS2. Like... Love the coverage at DBF. I still remember from Friday. A couple notes. No, and it's design, build, fly. And I was yelling at you in chat every time you said and. Yeah, whatever. I wasn't reading chat anyway, so I don't care what you think. That's like a kilometer a second of delta V for that inclination change. Yeah, Rocket, it's no joke. I mean, guys, Blue will fix it, but there's no doubt in my mind that they'll figure out what went wrong. It's just they'll get it. This is going to be a hard one to, like, the mishap investigation is going to suck. That's going to take some time. They will get it and go, but Rocket Guy, did you watch the cast? Like, I didn't watch the cast because I was setting up equipment. Like, I only had it on in the background. Their go no go poll, they had a no go straight up, and they still proceeded into the count. And then the anomaly chief was on the main net saying he has no idea how to fix something. Like at 4 minutes before launch, AC was on the main net saying something about not knowing how to do something. Like, it's not good, dude. Are you ever gonna build an airplane? Yeah, maybe. Hey, Zah, what's up? Yeah, fellas, guys, I don't want to, like, Blue will figure it out. I'm pretty sure they'll be fine. But once again, time is of the essence. We gotta, you know, landers. We gotta get that. And Blue, agnostic of like NASA's missions, Blue needs to get satellites ready for Leo, for Amazon Leo. Like, they need New Glenn to work to do Amazon Leo. Like, they need that. That's really important. Dude, I was doing it as a joke. The coverage was great, and the students seemed to, yeah, I know. Yeah, it was cool. It was a fun time. I'm surprised they take on such a challenging trajectory on their third flight just because they couldn't wait for the storms in the northern corridor. DBF gave us hope for the future. Smart kids. Yeah, man. Hey, Bastardo! 36-month resub. Thanks, dude. Also, go Yankees. All right, now you're going to get timed out. So, have fun with that. Now you get timed out. Guess what? Now this is happening. Yeah, it's not great. Belly Joe, what's up? Quick change of topics, but it's almost 2 a.m. and I need to go to bed. I plan on building and 3D printing an EVA suit, preferably Apollo's suit, but possibly Jared's as well. Do you have any useful resources that can help you? NASA Technical Reports Server, Pelly Joe. NTRS. Start there. I mean, the Red Sox are probably going to lose anyway, but you don't need to remind me, okay? They're probably going to lose, but you don't need to remind me. So yeah, guys, New Glenn, Blue has some problems. They got some problems now. That's not good. It's not acceptable. I'm just calling it exactly fair. I'm calling it exactly how I see it. When SpaceX had an uncontrolled reentry, I called it, it's not right. It's wrong. It's unacceptable, and you need to fix that immediately. When IFT-1, when Starship went and they terminated the flight, they activated the FTS and it didn't blow up, that's not acceptable. You know, when China had their Long March 5 stage drift around after they launched their space station and uncontrollably re-enter and crash into, parts of it crash into Africa, and we saw videos on social media of guys dancing around pieces of the rocket in West Africa. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Can't do this kind of crap, dude. But I have no doubt that Blue will fix it. If I know that, they definitely know that, right? They'll get it. It's just, clock is ticking. I hate to be a dick, like, I'm not trying to be mean. That's important to understand. And it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks that this happened, especially after 2 good second stage flights, you know? But anyway, we should have a rocket lab launch here happening very soon. Are they gonna We gonna fly here? Wait, is it a haste mission? No, Nader, yeah, the whole point is it's not okay no matter who does it. Fortunately, that push for getting everything done faster is a big factor in all this. ACI kind of thought that Go Fever might play into this. To have your AC chasing something T-minus 4 minutes, that's bad. Yeah, this is Bubbles. Is Bubbles a haste mission, dudes? It's not streamed, whatever it is. After a week of being outstanding in a field, have you lost some of your long-term sitting ability? No. Anyway. I hope Blue fixes it. I'm pulling for him. I really am. I really hope they fix it. Let's get to... Now let's get on to more practical matters. Here, check this out, dude. This has been floating around on social media. Somebody out here posting pictures of never seen before pictures of the N1. The freaking N1 rocket. It's a haste launch, Nate? Yeah, all right. We're probably not going to see it anyway. Yeah. Really nice high-quality pictures of the N1 rocket program. Look at that, man. Huh. Look at the dude. Yeah, an integrated hot staging adapter. I know. That's really weird, right? Dang, dude, this thing is that N1 was freaking huge. Yeah, here's the original post. Look. What does that say? Photograph 1. Raketno Kosmiiska Sistema N1L3. N1M1 is the STA. Kosmiiskaya. Yeah, that's right. That's the yeah. Hot Stinger is probably the same size as Starship. It's close. That's pretty ridiculous, dude. I know that says rocket, and that says system. What does Kosmiiskaya mean? Lunar rocket? I never actually went and looked at what it said down there. Spacefaring. Yep, can't read any of that. Look at that damn transporter erector. Holy crap. All right. You probably can. It would take you a couple days, yeah. Wow. That's a really nice picture, dude. Damn. Mother. Dude, that thing is huge. Are there any videos of this thing launching? I mean, yeah. Like trains? I like trains. Yeah, there is. It's not the best footage, but here. There you go. Yeah. Freaking interlaced picture, you see that? Oh, it exploded. So, fun fact, they had similar problems to Starship. They had ice buildup, clogged the filters. Made it not filter very well. Yeah, it made it explode. And then they tried it again. And it didn't work. It made it explode again. How did it do the M1 weigh? It was on par with the Saturn V, dude. It was a big rocket. N1 is pretty huge. It had more... I do believe it had more thrust. Fourth time did not work. No, it... Yeah, I think the second time... Yeah, the second time something... They had FOD in the lines and it jammed a turbine. It went into it. They had FOD go into a turbine impeller and it blew up. Yeah, this picture is always... Yep, there... Yep, that's a 30-story building falling back down, by the way. It created a big explosion. Discorded some Smithsonian train pictures. And on a slightly nicer note, here, hold up. Hang on a second. Scott, can I show one of your photos to the chat? Can I show one of the photos? That said rocket space system. Yes, I can. Good, because I had that teed up. That's nice. Oh, hello there. Here, how about the... Oh. The Connie. Look at the Connie. All right. These are all compressed. Scott's pictures are way higher res. Is that an AN2? The hell's that doing there? That's an Antonov, Russian plane. Oh, no, dude. Oh, yes. Oh, that, hey, whoa, hey, we should go to this. We should go to Sun and Fun. That looks like a lot of sun and a lot of fun. See, I only did half of that this weekend. I only did the sun part. Oh, Scott, these are great, man. Freaking Thunderbirds, man. Oh, dude, that's sick. Oh, man. I love that picture, dude. That's some phone background stuff right there. Now, I know they're next to each other. The planes are like this. They're not like directly, but they're like that, which is still that's pretty nuts, dude, when you think about how close those planes are together. You look way more tan on the DBF stream than I thought. I'm here. This will drive it home. Ready? It's actually, it's not too bad. Not too bad. It's there, but it's not too bad. Flashbang through the door. Sprint to the finish. All right, one more from Scott, and then we'll do. Hey. All right. They let me have the jacket, all systems, yeah. Is that how baby F-16s are made? Yes, it is. You're using a Canon R1 100 to 500 lens. Look at the vapor coming off the, right here. That's, nice. No, an F-14, you'd need an F-14 to do that. All right, what else do we got? Interestingly enough, we had an update from Sierra Space about Dream Chaser. It's successfully completed acoustic testing at NASA's Kennedy Space Center Systems processing facility. The spacecraft withstood the intense vibrations produced from sound waves for its first flight into low Earth orbit. Acoustic testing at NASA's SSPF utilized an array of 90 stacked speakers to simulate sound and airborne vibrations. Huh. The successful test validated the durability of Dream Chaser's critical electronic systems and confirmed the structural integrity of the spacecraft. Lava, the 10-month resub. I don't know why the alerter isn't working, dude, but... Interesting. This is the Terran R update. Rocket Lab's working on electric propulsion. We can't play the damn video without it muting. What else do we got? Let's, That's pretty cool. They're working on their Gauss rifle. What do you do at NASA? I put on rock concerts for spacecraft. All right, what else we got here? Introducing the Vast Astronaut Flight Suit. All right. Astronaut Flight Suit. Got it. Oh, man. I want to hear what Drew has to say.
Philosophy at VAST, the idea is to make something that's functional and comfortable to wear and fits well with modern fabrics that are also still protective to the occupants. VAST's flight suit builds on the legacy of uniforms and aviation, reimagined for the future of human spaceflight. During my 197 days on the International Space Station, I wore cargo pants nearly every day. And so what we've designed into the pants of our flight suit are zippers and pockets to accommodate tool storage.
Space pen! Space pen! Is that a Leatherman?
That any item that we have, we can attach those to our pants, and that allows us to move freely through the cabin with our hands, which is what we need for mobility. It's a very functional flight suit. It's lightweight. It's breathable.
I gotta keep the audio low because of the background sound. Somebody will claim it. That's kind of cool. It's no AIAA bomber jacket, but it's pretty cool. Hey, Phillips Turtle, are you still here, bud? Speaking of that, that actually reminds me. It's not Starfleet, so it's not good enough. What's up, Stardust? How are you? Thank you for the raid, man. Wondering if Phil's still here. Megan MacArthur joined Vast as an advisor. You're welcome. Right on, man. Nah, I'll save that one for later when Phil's here. We got a release? Okay, so here's more about Blue. U.S. Space Force has selected Blue Origin to continue in the process for the final determination of a lease in response to a request for information issued December 30th, 2025. This selection will advance discussions with Space Launch Delta 30 regarding detailed terms and conditions to obtain a real property agreement for the development and operation of heavy or super heavy vertical space launch systems at Space Launch Complex 14. Oh! The down-select of Blue to continue the process for final determination of a lease of Slick 14 represents a critical milestone at the Vandenberg Spaceport. Slick 14. Huh. Where the heck is Slick 14 at Vandenberg? And can you park a New Glenn there? Here, let's go into Google Earth Community. Let's see if we can see where 14 is. That's Slick 4. That's Slick 3. That's Slick 6. Where the heck is LC-14? I don't recall where that is off the top of my head. Slick 14 is not built yet. It's an open patch of land. Yeah, that makes more sense. Let me see if they show where that is. Oh, thank you, Elsekin. It's somewhere down here, isn't it? What? I'm sorry? Hello? Are astronaut space and flight suits unisex? Depends on the launch vehicle, Goalie. The Orion suits that the Artemis astronauts used is custom fitted. That's where they want to put that? Dude, you're going to be able to see that. No, wait, hold on. Where's the highway? Where does the highway cut into the canyons? Right there. Oh, dude, you will be able to see that launch site from the beach here. That's actually kind of cool. You got that wrong, maybe? No. Interesting. Huh. Cool. Spaceflight Now has it? Let me see. So Blue's building a new Glenn launch pad. Yeah, that's right. It is over there. Huh. Well, that's where the marker was, Helzik, and it was right there. So that's not far off, dude. Right over there. The RFI was issued to identify launch service providers capable of providing large-scale launch operations at Slick 14, an undeveloped location at the southernmost point of Vandenberg Space Force Base. Yep. Hey, Azanku. 93 months. It's been 93 years. My alerter is not working. Yeah, I don't know. Let me ping Snowy's resub there.
Discovery, go at throttle.
That one worked. Why would Blue need a California pad? National security payloads. They're targeting NSSL contracts, no doubt. Still cool. Just once again, you got to get that upper stage working. You're going to have a bad time. So, couple more things and we'll get to some pretty cool stuff. So check this out. This is a real quick one. This is coming from Lockheed Martin Space. New Dragonfly hardware last week. Last week, leaders from NASA visited our facilities to see the aeroshell and fuel tanks for NASA Solar Systems Dragonfly, a partnership with Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory. These technologies are critical for nuclear power, for the nuclear-powered rotorcraft to safely see Saturn's moons around Titan. That's the aeroshell. Cool. Cool. There's Nikki Fox, Amit. Amit's just doing Amit things. There's Amit again. So that lady with the shorter hair, she runs NASA Science Mission Directorate. We saw her at the beginning of the Space News. That's Amit. He's the second. Amit Shrathia. He's the second in charge at NASA. So they were going around and miring some Dragonfly stuff, which is pretty cool. We got that helicopter's main rotor in the lab right now. Really, Storm? Could Starship launch from Slick 6? Don't tempt me with a good time, dude. If Starship launched from Slick 6, if they like retooled it and put a catch tower at Slick 6, I would forgive the Air Force for abandoning the shuttle launch pad. I would forgive them. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. We know that SpaceX has the contract, the lease for Slick 6. But as far as I know, the last I heard anything about Slick 6 is that they're retooling it for Falcon. Slick 6 should be left as a historic landmark. That'd be kind of cool. Brandon Musk. Hey, Quag, 12-month resub. Thank you. It just doesn't want to replay any of the subs here. When I manually trigger it, it does, though. There's all systems test bits. Zonku's resub is not showing in there. Interesting. Fazilla 56 month. Thanks, dude. But yeah, it's not, none of it's working. Yours worked? All right. Anyway, check out this next thing. Vast rolled this out, introducing the large docking adapter. The future of space is larger space stations, vehicles, and payloads designed to support greater overall mass while standardizing module compatibility. The adapter is currently in development at Vast's HQ.
The future is larger modules, larger crewed vehicles, and larger space stations.
Okay.
Today's docking standards will not suffice. Introducing the large docking adapter, an open standard docking interface.
Castle John with the Prime sub that didn't show up. Thank you.
Designed to meet the requirements of larger spacecraft with greater overall mass. Its approach rates and loads are inherited from the international docking standards.
What the balls?
And it features soft capture actuators.
It's a bigger IDSS.
Latches, and 12 hard capture powered bolts. The large docking adapter features a...
Whoa. Dude, the hatch is bigger than bigger than a CBM. What? Someone took the IDSS and scaled it. Yeah.
2.9 meter pressurized opening diameter.
Holy crap.
Its androgynous architecture features up to a 6.6 meters squared pressurized opening area between vehicles in orbit, with 13 times the pressurized opening area of the Internet.
Wait, can I hear that can I hear that second part again?
Features up to a 6.6 meters squared pressurized opening area between vehicles in orbit.
Jeez.
13 times the pressurized opening area of the International Docking Adapter. The large docking adapter allows for greater payload opportunities and increased structural demands. This new adapter is 30.
What is this? What is this? What is this thing with the nose cone? What is that? What's that supposed to be?
3 times more rigid than the International Docking Adapter and can connect and support 20 plus module structures.
What are those? What is that? What is that thing? What? What are those? Is that a scaled up Stoke ship? I don't think so.
The large docking adapter will enable the next era of space infrastructure. Hardware development is now in progress.
As you can see from this guy using a ratchet. Oh wow, that actually is pretty good progress. No, never mind.
Join us in designing.
The real question is, what are those two dudes looking at? Because they're not looking at the docking port. They're just looking at the ceiling? Or is like a bird in there or something?
Join us in designing and building the future of docking in space.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it looks like they're looking at a bug. They're like, oh, yeah, it's in the clean room. That's not great, is it? Nope. Yeah. Oh, hey, you're filming us. All right, cool. Hey, what's up? Guys, look dramatically off to the side. Okay. Like that. Nailed it. Yeah, I was just really wondering what ship was docking there to that. It's dirt? Yeah, it could be dirt. I want to talk Project Hail Mary in a month or two. I'd give it just probably to the end of this week, and then, yeah, whatever happens, happens. Did the talk about artificial gravity, so you fall through the middle of 20 modules? They're looking into the future. What are those antenna things? Docking paraphernalia? Okay. I was saving the SpaceX stuff for last, fellas. We can do the Terranar. Man, you know what? Let's just look at the Terranar video. The thing is like I have to narrate these Terranar videos from Relativity because they play copywritten music. Terranar update March 1st. Welcome back to another monthly Terranar update program. Let's explore the latest the latest progress across design, build, test, and launch. Design, build, fly. This month, the team released 2,207 things. There is a concerted focus on Goes too fast. There's a concerted focus on releasing the Stage 1 shipping assembly, including remaining avionics, fluids, and structure components. Oh, dude, did that guy have a Cessna shirt on? A Cessna Hawaiian shirt. That's pretty good. We like that. Can you move the cam or the subtitles? Yeah, sure. Integration is in full swing across Terranar's primary structures. Very nice. On the second stage tank, anti-vortexing devices and the common dome baffle have been installed. Oh, that star pattern is the anti-vortexorama. Mechanical assembly for both the fuel and LOX tanks have been closed out. Wires. Hey, Electron, 115 months. With a LOX lid, thrust cone, and the headband installed. All right. Nice. The headband extends the dome skirt to provide space for essential fluids. When A2 heat shield pictures. You know what? We can do that after this. And avionics components also serving as the structural connection between the payload assembly and the vehicle. All Stage 2 hardware in the loop avionics boxes are ready. Ensuring that hardware is verified for installation and unlocking software testing ahead of vehicle deployment. The Stage 1 downcomer was fully welded together and began acceptance testing. Hey guys, look. Tube. Work on the dedicated qualification unit is advancing in parallel with barrel sections being painted and joined together on the circumferential friction stir welder. Stringer and joiner operations are in progress, supporting ongoing integration milestones. On the thrust structure, all internal trays have been installed, and the team ran a leak check on the outer ring, paving the way towards engine integration. In propulsion, additional first stage Aeon R flight engines were manufactured, assembled, and shipped. Dozens of first and second stage components and internally designed valves were manufactured and underwent successful test campaigns. Ooh, torque wrench. Alongside flight production, there was a strong emphasis on scaling manufacturing capacity to align with Terranar ramp rates. A second circumferential friction stir welder was installed, enabling simultaneous stage builds. The horizontal friction stir welder is now online and producing stringer to panel sub weldments for future space hardware, marking a major milestone in panel production capacity. Machine shop expansion continues with additional CNC machines and powder bed fusion printers coming online to increase capacity and streamline operations. At NASA Stennis, acceptance testing of ANR's first stage engine continues. Milestone. As engines are accepted for flight, they are shipped back to Long Beach, where they are prepped for stage integration. In parallel, Aeon V second stage engine testing continues, including running a 526.5 second endurance demonstration. At the nearby hangar, the roof structure has been completed, and sheeting is now being installed. On the A2 stage test stand, live ring lift installation is completed, and fluids for it are being machined and routed. Dude. Shipping to Stennis has to be expensive? They're just engines, dude. In parallel, progress on the flume continues, and platforms for serviceability arrived on site. Dude, that's super cool to see them. So check this out. I want to point this out real quick, dudes. So look, this is the old A2 test stand. The A2 test stand is a long duration stage testing stand. It was built during the Apollo program. Right? When they say the flume, see this kind of half pipe thing going on here? This is where all the water goes because it's a long duration test stand. You can do a whole firing of a stage on there. But super cool thing here. Look, see how there's a rim right here on the stage? You know what that is? It's 10 meters wide. Do you know why? Saturn V components were supposed to be tested. Well, were tested in here. If I didn't know better, I think a circumferential friction stir welder was a component of the Rockwell retro encabulator. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Rockwell has been working for a number of years now on the crudely conceived idea of not only supplying inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but also automatically capable of synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Such an instrument, as you said, is the turbo encabulator and the retro encabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved, instead of power being generated from the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modal interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive duractance. The original machine has a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in direct line with the panometric fan. Every seventh conductor being routed through a non-reversible Tremie pipe through the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The main winding was a normal Lotus O delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stators. What? The retro encabulator has now reached a high level of development and is successfully being used in the operation of no-for trunnions. Moreover, when a fluorescent score motion is required, it can also be joined and drawn with a reciprocating dingle arm to increase sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. Everybody got that? I feel like I just took a hit off a dental nitrous tank. Sorry, you were on mute. Could you repeat it? If I was... No. Is that your ringtone? Sometimes your photographic memory is a curse? Nah, man. Why? I could use that to memorize mathematical formulas. No. We will use that to memorize memes. Fun fact, I can do both. Dare you to repeat that on a Friday? Missy, it'll be fine. Anyway, downcomer transfer tube. Yes, yes. So check this out. That is the original ring right there for mounting a Saturn V second stage on this thing. The A2 test stand is pretty big here. A2 test stand, NASA. So the A2 test stand is also one of those things that NASA just pawned off to, you know, commercial because, yeah. Anyway, that's what it looked like. That was it during the shuttle era. They used it to test shuttle engines. And NASA still has the A1 test stand, and they call the A1 test stand the Fred Hayes test stand now. Let's try this. Boop. Oh, hey. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, ho, ho. Yeah, the stage, they had an interstage adapter that adapted to that plate. You could see that plate right there. See it? And you could see where the original mounts were for it. But yeah, that's, hello. Isn't the A1 the one in Stennis? They're both in Stennis, dude. Oh, hold up. Real quick tangent. Real quick. I swear this won't take very long. What do we got? Elko. Looks like a Ford Galaxy. Got some Chevy pickups over there. Looks like a Cadillac. Volkswagen Beetle. A Tornado. Hey, Tornado. A Fiat? Question? Hello? I want the Tornado. That's a Beetle. That's not a Beetle. That's a Beetle. The windows aren't right for it to be a Beetle. What else we got? Bird. Bird! Looks like a El Camino right there, maybe? Hello? A couple of trucks there. Got another truck with a bed cap right there. We got a... That's a 67 Galaxy. That's not a Galaxy, that's a wagon. Country Squire, maybe. There's a Beetle right there. That looks like a Buick. Another Beetle over there. What the hell is it with Volkswagen Beetles? These things are piles of junk. Yeah, there, I said it. I'm just kidding. They're pretty cool. I've worked on those before. Anyway, continuing with the relativity video. On the A2 test-in, live ring lift installation is completed and fluids for it are being machined and routed. So this adapts the Saturn V's original bolting up structure to Terranar, which is actually pretty cool. That, judging by the shape there, that looks like they're going to be testing Terranar on that test stand, which is pretty sick. Back in Long Beach, initial thrust vector control actuator development is complete, with flight production now underway and ramping. At Launch Complex 16, progress continues across the site. They extended the water tower. Diverter piping, which will channel exhaust gas away from the pad, is being fabricated. Transporter erector upper strongback has been unloaded and is undergoing outfitting. Thanks, Creation. The first set of rails, which will guide the transporter erector between the horizontal integration facility and the launch pad, have been installed. Cool. Work has also begun to lift the water tower, now standing at 180 feet tall. All right. And concrete was poured for the lightning protection system pile cap. Cool. Steel is starting to be erected for the pad structure. Can that water tower fly? I don't think that one can, no. And two 246,000 gallon LNG tanks arrived and were installed. Hey Toast, what's going on? That's a wrap for this month, with progress continuing across design, build, test, and launch. Each milestone brings us closer to Terranar's first flight. Cool. Neato burrito. So that's what's going on with Terranar. They're making pretty steady progress. It's not quick, but it's steady. Give me 1 second. I need to find the dang picture of the heat shield. There it is. So check this out. We got pictures from NASA of Orion's heat shield that was taken by the Navy divers right after Artemis II landed. And it confirmed what I thought. She's mint. Mint. Like, quite actually perfect. That is perfect. And I mean perfect ablation. It's... yeah. That's one of the lugs, dude. That's the lugs that's the mechanical, they're the structural attachment. There's 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th one is off the screen. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. That's perfect ablation. That's exactly what it should look like. You notice how there's no chars, there's no cracks, there's nothing. Every block ablated perfectly uniform. That's really, really good. It almost looks like the heat shield hasn't been used, except for the streaky marks. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm really happy that thing worked. Do we have the comparison shot? Oh, yeah, you do not. Yeah. Oh. The comparison shot, dude. That's the Artemis 1 heat shield. Terranar progress without the music? Did you just, Hellzekin, did you just AI clean that thing? Yeah, so on Artemis 1, they tried the skip trajectory, and what happens is that it turns out when you skip off the atmosphere in the vacuum, hot gases stay trapped inside of the heat shield and cause it to, for the most part, ablate from the inside out because the gases get trapped in there. There's no way for the heat shield to disperse the gas. That was being redesigned. It is being redesigned and will first fly on Artemis 3. However, Artemis 2 had the same heat shield as Artemis 1, and they flew it on a trajectory where actually they didn't give the gas time to cause pyrolysis in the heat shield by not skipping off the atmosphere. They did a loft, like Apollo, instead. And that, yeah, see, that like I said, stonks. That's Artemis 1's heat shield. See all the cracks? See all these char marks? See all this? That's bad. The charring and the spalling, that's really bad. But that's a picture of the Artemis 2 heat shield taken by a Navy diver. There is none of that there. It is perfect. It's perfect, dude. That's perfect ablation. So NASA did their homework and they did good. I was worried about this, guys. I've never been happier to be wrong. That thing worked just fine. That's just fantastic, man. The Handbid Nano mission termination through joint investigation. I didn't see that, Zinator. Zinator? Perfect. It's also underwater. Those cracks on the Artemis 1 heat shield are from skipping off the atmosphere. Gas gets stuck inside of the heat shield when they skip. That's right, Skogs. Yeah, that's exactly it, dude. But yeah, fellas, look, there's no charring, there's no spalling. You could tell because of the streak marks. There would be cracks here, and the streak marks wouldn't be there. You see how the streak marks are like a perfect line across the heat shield? And you do see that to an extent here, but look, there's chunks missing. See like that right there? See how the streak mark is kind of disrupted? There you go. See how it gets really bad up here? But if you look back at this other picture, perfect. This is perfect, dude. It's really, really, really nice. The ablation is perfectly uniform. There is some funky stuff going on like right there and some funky stuff right there. These 1, 2, 3, and 4, those are there. They're holes, and not holes, but those are marks. Those are human made. Like, that's not from the ablation. And then the lug ablated away a little bit, and that's why that weird mark is there. Looks fine. Honestly, there's nothing wrong here. What did they change between the first and second one? They changed the trajectory. They did not skip off the atmosphere, and it actually allowed the gas pressure from... So, not skipping tech. Like, so the first one bounced off the atmosphere, went up back into space, and then came back down. In that time where they skipped off the atmosphere... Dude, keep in mind, this is a very counterintuitive thing. This is a thing that you wouldn't expect. When it bounced off the atmosphere and went back up into space, gas got trapped. Hot gases got trapped inside of the heat shield and caused it to burn off more than anticipated. So when it came back down after the skip, gas got, like I said, that gas got trapped in the heat shield behind your, like, front of the heat shield and ablated the heat shield from the back. So when they went through... When the Artemis 1 capsule went through on its reentry, on the second part of its reentry after the skip, it ended up liberating a bunch of pieces came off because the heat shield was ablating from the back. That was causing charring and spalling is what it's called. The Artemis 2 heat shield was the same exact heat shield, but it didn't skip. They flew an Apollo trajectory where they came in, and instead of skipping off the atmosphere, they just kind of leveled off and then kept going. The reason why they did that is because there's the constant pressure, the gas pressure being put on the heat shield causes it to be more permeable. Like you don't get as much gas pyrolysis that way because the gas, like you don't get as much ablation because the easy way to say it is that there's a lot of pressure in front of the heat shield, and it allows gases to permeate and get pushed out the sides. It actually ablates less, which is weird. You'd think a steeper, like not a steeper, but you'd think you'd think like skipping off the atmosphere would actually be, make the heat shield work better. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Not in this design. So NASA for Artemis 3 has developed a more permeable heat shield that allows them to do the skip trajectory, which allows gases to escape the heat shield when they do the skip, so it doesn't ablate from the inside out. You wouldn't think that though, right? You'd think that the skip would cause less ablation. No, it causes more. Weird, huh? Space do be weird like that though. Do you think that a hot heat shield in cold ocean water on contact could cause any charring and spalling? Nope. No, I don't think so, Domingo. I think we're good. What advantage is there to skipping? NASA wants that skip trajectory. Ahmed actually said it in one of the post-flight press conferences. I had no idea, Ender. I couldn't figure it out why you'd want to do a skip trajectory until he said something about it. The skip trajectory allows them to be able to re-enter from a lunar polar orbit. Yeah, that's important. What is that in the 4 o'clock position? 4 o'clock position. That's nothing. There's a couple of small things like right there. Right there. But this is... That's not... Whatever that is, it might just be a weird angle. This is what I'm looking at, dudes. Right here is the important part. That's the part, I mean, the whole heat shield is important, but you get the idea. I don't know what that is. It could be a little bit of charring. And, okay, so, like, here's the thing, guys. Every heat shield does have charring and spalling to an extent. Every single one of them. That's just, that happens, right? The real question here is it the amount of charring and spalling that you'd expect, right? That's the real thing. Every heat shield does that. Even Dragon. Dragon had problems with charring and spalling. SpaceX just didn't say anything about it. But Dragon works just fine, you know? But see all this? This is perfect uniform ablation. This is insanely good. Like, have you ever seen a heat shield come through that clean? That's ridiculous, dude. It maintains the pressure against the face of it. That's exactly it, Aqualex. That it basically forced the gases out. So it would have, you'd get less pyrolysis and therefore less ablation. Yeah, that was smart idea. Dude, I was super worried about this, man. I was super worried about it. Go back and watch me watching Artemis 2 go through reentry. I'm sitting there, that's when my heart rate went through the roof. I didn't even have that. I was calm as a cucumber during like the ascent. I was like, of course SLS is going to work right. It's freaking SLS. It works great. What would the TLI burn with what would do the TLI burn with Orion Starship HLS? I don't know. Yeah, Tech, I was worried about this heat shield, dude. Yeah, it's hard to test re-entry, but it's NASA, man. They got it right, and they did real good. And I think it really comes from NASA's second in charge. I think it really is coming from Ahmed. Ahmed Shathria don't play games, dude. He's a no BS kind of guy. You could tell from the press conferences. Yeah, we like Ahmed. Ahmed is cool. You know, they asked him in the post-flight press conference, like, hey, what was the moment that made you the happiest during the mission? And he says, there wasn't one. And they were like, why? And he's like, because my favorite moment hasn't happened yet. Tomorrow, when I get to see my friends, is my favorite moment. I'm like, you. I like you. You're all right. I was thinking about the HLS pushes Orion to the moon architecture and the limits of the docking system. They'd have to redesign something, Pigzig. Could you have an astronaut go EVA and place struts to reinforce it? Complicates mission architecture? You could, sure. I just got back from the Astronomy on Tap event at the Gansett Brewery in Providence. Good times. All right, Armadillo. Nice. NG, honestly, even if Artemis 1's heat shield was flawless, I'd still be jittering. If Artemis 1's heat shield was flawless, I wouldn't have said nothing. I would have been like, yeah, of course they're coming back. The guy is born without the ability to smile. Yeah, right? In the words of Reed, bro, dude. I love Reed. Reed makes, dude, he's the best hype guy. Like, that's the best dude to be friends with, man. You know? Like Reed seems like the kind of dude, like, I don't know him. I've never met the guy. But he seems like the kind of dude, like, if you, like, took a test, like, say he was your best friend in, like, high school or something, and you took a test and you got an A, right? And he got, like, a B, he'd be like, dude, you freaking killed it. Good for you. You're the freaking man. Like, it's like, bro. Like, just genuinely appreciative of other people's success, dude. I like that, man. I strive to be like that. Be like Reed. Reed's cool, man. It's refreshing, man. It's refreshing. And this is why, like, today we talked about the OIG report about, you know, the Axiom spacesuits, you know, like, you know, at a time I would have gotten all bent out of shape about it, and then I would have got on a 3-hour rant about how, you know, NASA's stupid, blah, blah, blah. No. We've sent people to the moon. I'm good, man. I only went on like a 45-minute rant this time. It was great. And I used it as a teaching experience about procurement. I'm good, man. I'm good. We good, dude. Everything's fine. Everything's all right. We're all right. For all his integrity, Reed had to go through. He's good people. Oh, tragedy. Yes. Integrity too. Yeah, no, Reed's the man, dude. I actually worked, one of my buddies that I worked with at Best Buy actually served in the Navy with him, and he said I asked him this like 10 years ago, well, more than 10 years ago now. It would have been like 15 at this point. I asked the guy, I'm like, dude, is he like that in real life? Because I just watched him go to space on Soyuz, and he's like, oh yeah, no, that guy's cool. I'm like, all right. You missed the tone? I miss the tone too, man. Did you see the patch on the back of the Navy diver opening the hatch saying the world is round? We checked. Yeah, man. Flurpers have been awfully quiet. They've been awfully quiet since that mission. They've been awfully quiet. Oh no. What happened? Just so quiet all of a sudden. You're so quiet all of a sudden. You're the one they call Mouth, right? Oh my God. The video of them popping the hatch is cool. That guy's apparently from Massachusetts, which makes sense. Yeah. I work with one that will not be swayed. Whatever. Love chunk. Okay. Here. Last bit of space news and then we're caught up. Well, kind of. Last topic of space news. Here, watch, ready?
B3 engine test of the world's most powerful rocket booster.
Shut up, Ryan. I mean, hi. Damn, dude.
Oh, and that looks like a short firing.
God.
The camera survived, so did the booster, yes! And so did the pad. B3 engine test.
Dude.
Of the world's most powerful rocket booster.
Dude, this is nuts, man. Look at how fast this fills up. Whoop! All right. Okay.
Oh, and that looks like a short firing.
God.
Oh my goodness, dude. That is nuts.
The
I saw some parts get thrown about, like right there. When we watched this, I watched this with Jerry and Gage. Jerry said, "Is that supposed to do that right there?" And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what happened here, but there's a lot of stuff flying through the air. Dude, here. So that was NSF's footage. Look at this. That's violent. Oh my goodness. So fun fact, this is way slowed down. It's more like this. Actually, nope, that's still not fast enough. Bro, look at all the saturated steam. Holy crap, dude. So you see how it's kind of like clear right there? See that? That's basically water vapor that's absorbed so much heat. Like there's just... you can't absorb any heat. It's called saturated steam. Look at it. The saturated steam's going out off the damn screen, dude. You've got to be kidding me. Like, how does the lower end stay intact? Well, I don't know. Novacom, we'll talk about that in a second. Dude, look at the sound. Oh my gosh, that thing is so loud you can see the sound reverberating through the steam. Holy crap, that's crazy. The reason why I wanted to show you guys NSF's footage is because it's not slowed down, right? Like, here.
Ends.
Dude, that is freaking violent. Holy crap.
Dude.
Guys, all right. That tower is 525 feet tall. Look at the clouds. The clouds are just as tall as the damn tower. That is a 52-story building of cloud.
Dude. Deployable. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That's great. Holy... Dude, that is violent. Oh, my goodness. Raptor is level 3 launch pad, not in launch pad is level 2. Raptor's level 3, launch pad's level 2. It makes a mini mushroom cloud, but notice the lack of red iron-rich smoke. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's just... Oh my gosh. That's crazy. So since then, SpaceX took the booster off the pad and they brought it back. I don't know if it's good or not. Like, I saw some stuff shooting out of the trench there. I'm gonna go ahead and say, like, them taking it off the pad so quickly may or may not have broken something. I'm just putting it out there. Like, that, Holy crap, dude. Look at that thing. Zach said in the last RGV flyover stream that the trench is not working correctly, and this is why the first attempt was aborted, and this attempt was so short. Yeah, the debris is sticks and branches. The bushes out front get thinned out a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine that booster on the Flight 1 pad. There'd be no Flight 1 pad left, dude. What's wrong with the pad? I don't know. It might be fine, dude. Like, honestly, there might be nothing wrong. Like, whoa. Excited to get your tower out to you. Just have the finishing touches left. Yum food. Is my mind gonna be blown when I open that box? I feel like thinned out a lot is an understatement. Yeah. Yarg, it's that is a monster amount of power. I'm hearing she took some damage, but nothing bad. You think so, goalie? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, SpaceX is gearing up for Flight 12, dude. The booster did the static fire. But here's the crazy part. Check this out. They got a full duration burn on the ship. Yeah, baby. That's an older one, but... So Ship 39 was out there, and they did a full duration static fire. 2 days later, RGV saw them upgrading pressurization pipes on the deluge storage tanks. Imagine this at liftoff. This is much less power. Yeah, right? Look at the top of the mountain. You can see the plume get sucked down like Apollo did. Yeah, that happens to an extent. So when will SpaceX finally get a ship to orbit? Clock is ticking. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that if Flight 12 goes good, it'll probably be in the summer. Booster looks just like Saturn V when it lights up. Yeah, right. Damn, dude. It's so nice. Now, SpaceX has done a lot since those static fires. They've launched a plethora of Starlink missions, and they also launched GPS-3 Vehicle 8, so that's GPS-3 SV-10 right there. Here, let's see if NSF has noogles. Where are you? And Chris tweets a lot. Holy crap. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah. They rolled out the Artemis 3 core to the Cape to install the MPS. That's another thing. I forgot about that one. There was so much space news. Yeah. They did this yesterday. That thing is being loaded into the Pegasus barge, and they're going to install the MPS, the main propulsion system, down here. Tube. Very nice. Rocket Lab's working on a new neutron there. Oh, hey. I haven't actually even seen this. Nice. Cool. Look at that picture from Max. Oh. Time to buy Kit Bash. Yep. See, they took that off there. Do we have... Where is the... Damn static fire. Look at... What the... Man, I'm out of the loop. But I think we're getting mostly caught up. New goals, fast. Already covered that. Elisar did a compilation of all the static fires. Look at that. I'm just looking for the dang ship. Oh, yeah. Mobile launcher rolled back to the VAB as well. They're going to start checking it out and repairing anything that needs to be repaired, and then start stacking Artemis 3. Last, please. Did you see this? Yes, I've seen that. Yeah, that's Reed's picture of the moon. Here, I'll show you. Ship 39 did a full duration static fire. It was really cool. Oop. Yeah, yes. I would like to go to his account. Yes. All right, watch this. Give me 1 sec. There we go.
Would you look at that, man?
Oh, I'm looking.
Wow. Dude. No way. Fiend.
God.
A freaking iPhone. Bro, you've got to be shitting me. Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
Would you
I mean,
look at that?
I saw the footage before, but jeez.
Wow.
Yeah, 3LRD. I have Caesar's photo teed up from when Fozilla linked it. Holy crap.
Dude.
We'll get to that in a second, cousin. I'm watching Earthset. Leave me alone, please. For like the next 30 seconds or something.
Fiend.
God.
You know what I just realized? I can't make Tim Apple jokes anymore. Damn it. Crap. Yeah, it's John Apple. Okay, John Apple's still funny. All right, that's still funny. All right. Yeah, John Apple. Can you share this link? Sure. Can we call him Johnny Appleseed? Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully John Apple can fix Apple. Hey, wait a minute. I'm not a big Apple fanboy, but I don't think Tim Cook did that bad of a job, dude, considering, like, I mean, he kind of just had Apple running on cruise control for, like, the last 15 years, but, you know, the phone's pretty good. Not that I care. Hey, Phil aside. And then Friend of Monkeys had a 43-month resub in there, too. Phil aside with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Good stuff, man. The other thing that you guys I wanted to show you, this is good enough. Caesar was doing a flyby over at NSF of the during the Ship 39 static fire and got this picture, which is all right. Tim Cook took Apple from a $350 billion company to a $3 trillion company. Yeah, yeah. No, I seen it. I seen it. He also presided over Apple being responsible for the largest erosion of right to repair in consumer electronics in the last century. Yeah. At 9 seconds in the video, could you tell me what the black shadow is on Earth? At 9 seconds. So that's, Phil, that's called the Terminator line. It's Terminator. What's a Terminator? Well, it's nighttime right there on Earth, and it's daytime over there. That's all. The sun's over there somewhere. You know the sun's over there because of the shadow on the craters. Shadow on the craters matches the shadow on Earth. Cool, huh? Lunar exploration is fun. Crescent Earth, dude. Why does it look off center? It looks off center because we're not isometric to Earth. Okay, so if you were looking at Earth and you were if you were looking at Earth was right here and the sun was right here and you were looking at it 90 degrees to the sun, the Terminator line would look like a straight line. Okay? It would look completely straight. But if you're looking at it from an angle, right? That Terminator line is going to look like a curve. The same exact phenomenon happens when we see a crescent moon. Same thing. But when you're out at the moon, it's a crescent Earth. That makes sense, dude? Same thing. It's called crescent Earth. The crescent effect. No. Does that make sense, Phil? Pretty freaking cool, right? So the Terminator line on Earth would go up here like this, and Earth would look like a crescent, like a C. Yeah, I just so like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I didn't know this happened, but there's knowing that it happens, and then there's this.
Would you look at that, man?
Reed knows. Dude, look. I've been to Starbase, for instance. For an example, I've been to Starbase. I've seen the boosters and the ships up close. I've seen them up close. I know good and well that the pictures of Starship that you see on like Starbase Live, or even the pictures of the static fire and stuff, it doesn't do it justice. It does not do the Starbase justice at all. Like, you have to go and see it. Reed and everybody said the same thing about this picture. My mind cannot extrapolate what I would do if I saw this in real life. I don't think I'd have anything to say. I'd just be like, I'd just be like, that's the Earth. All right, cool, man. Engineer, 29-month resub. This is Earth set, Cajun, so it's Earth set. So this is before they transited the far side of the moon. The reason we know is because the moon is lit. When they came out the backside of the moon, there was a solar eclipse. VZGTH. Thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Appreciate you. When Reed said, yeah, if we had a lander, the three of us were going to go down no matter what anybody said. Did he say that, dude? That's cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool, I guess. I know, so isn't it cool? Dude. That's, dude, you know, like, I feel that. I feel that hard because that whenever I see something ridiculous, I'm just like, dude. I do the same damn thing, man. I'm just like, what? Bro. You know? Dude. You would say, well, rubber ducks and hockey pucks. Well, it's funny you mention that. Because I got all of that right here. I got rubber ducks and hockey pucks. See? I got flight-proven ducks. Look. Look, we have Duck S. Patton. He's Army guy. He's camouflage. You can tell because of the way it is. We have George Washing Duck. Right? And then we have Ninja Duckgen. See? I have ducks. And then we have their cargo right here. These are flight proven. And yes, Tessa, I did. That's quacktastic! Didn't know you were a Jeep guy. I'm not a Jeep guy. I'm not that way. Oh, crap. He's even got the star helmet. Flat fender Jeeps are all right. And XJs are all right, Cherokee. Glad you got some ducks. I have a whole box of them. And a hockey puck. This is flight proven. These are flight proven hockey pucks. It's like when NASA underfueled Apollo 10's lander so they couldn't go rogue and try a moon landing. Yeah, John Young said if he had enough fuel to land, he was going to do it. I don't blame him, to be honest. George Washing Duck, Ninja Duckgen, and Duck S. Patton. CJ5 or CJ7, there's a correct answer. I'd take a 7. He's just not a Jeep guy, but he's a cheap guy. We now have proof. If I could time you out right now, I really would. We are still friends. The 7 is a better design, dude. Wait, why do I know so much about you? Oh, crap. The Thursday the 16th press conference is well worth it catching up if you haven't seen it. Cool. Apple's going to have a great time showing this in commercials, yeah. 99XJ still bummed I sold it. Jeeps are all right. They're all right. Just, you got to take care of them or they will rust. No, know your enemy. I mean, honestly, I'd prefer a 4x4 pickup truck, like, over a Jeep. Just saying. Like an F-250 4x4, I think I would, that does everything a Jeep does, but better. Just get a Honda Fit. No. You know what, Strive? Let me just say this. I have All my cars are American. I have all American cars, right? They all have V8s in them, okay? Except for a couple of daily drivers, right? Actually, only one daily driver. Every one of my cars has a V8 in it. The Dodge does. The Ford truck does. The other Ford truck does. The third Ford truck that I have sitting here does. They all have V8s. My daily does not have a V8. With all that being said, I don't mind Honda Fits. I think Honda Fits are fine. You know why? Not hybrid. Not hybrid. 4-cylinder, 5-speed. Fine. That's fine with me, dude. Your 99 XJ electrics went. I got tired of chasing the gremlins. It's bad ground because it's a Jeep because they rust. Because Jeep. Jeeps have nothing on a Land Rover for rust. The only worst thing is a Lancia. I mean, Tessa, see, here's the thing. Jeeps and Land Rovers are all derived from the same thing, so... Yeah, you're probably right. Like... Trains are hybrid. I don't daily drive a train, CW. Do you daily drive a train? Well, you should. I mean, I'm not debating that. Like, yeah, that would be really cool. like, I mean, would you not daily drive a train if you could? Like, thoughts on the ECVT on the Ford Maverick? It's pretty cool. Like, you don't want to train? You want to daily drive this. That's an A10. I mean, okay. No, Tessa, I haven't. I haven't had any time to watch any YouTube videos, dude. I'm serious. Dude. So Tessa, you know this being an AV guy. We had to, the runway was open for the most part, like at night when Design Build Fly wasn't going on. Yeah, we had to, every day we had to basically reset up the entire setup, which sucked. Imagine, give it 10 years and you'll have a small gauge rail line on your property so you could daily drive your train to your shop. Yeah. So, dude, we were out there on the flight line at like 6 a.m. every morning, dude. Yeah. And honestly, we had to pack everything up and then pack it down, and pack it up, then pack it down. Dude, easily 14-hour days, including all the content. Like, the streams were long, right? And you had to, 2 hours packing before, 2 hours packing after. That was a hard job, dude. The the DBF was tough. That was tough, but we nailed it. I think we did really good. How could Blue Origin fail to deliver the communication satellite? Guess who? I think one of their second stage engines popped. I think because there's two of them. I think one of them popped and the stage spun out of control. Engineering Explained did a video on the ECVT. The engine could stay at max horsepower and torque, and an electric motor creates an infinite gear, no shifting delay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The Air Force extended the A-10 service. Yep. You did good. That's why I was pulling for you to take a day. Yeah. Nah. Makes sense. Just looks bad for them. Dude, guess this Blue is a real problem, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong. They got the competency to fix it. They'll be back to fly. But remember, they got to deliver that lander. And you can't deliver the lander if the launch vehicle doesn't work. Noogles has to scale, man. It has to scale, and I really want them to do it, but I'll admit this whole flight reeks of Go Fever. Like reeks of Go Fever. You're taking off Thursday? I am. I am taking off Thursday because that's Brimo's birthday, and I have to... Not have to. It's not out of obligation. I want to take my wife out to dinner. My wife! Does that mean the second stage is still spinning wildly in space? It does have RCS absurd, so I don't know. I don't know, dude. I like the B3, but now I'm questioning if I do. That's what makes this so weird, Seacracken. I've seen nothing but W's for the B3U up until this point, which tells me they changed something. You changed something. The International Scout had such poor manufacturing tolerances that if you needed to replace the driveline, you had to buy 5 or 6 and find one that could fit. Ugh. Hey, Street OG, just wanted to say I spent the whole Artemis mission with you, and I have a bit of withdrawal. Good times. Thanks for the streams. No, dude, I got you. I got you. Don't worry about it. Ready? 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 Are we sure it's hardware, not software? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Kerbal 4949. I'm too young to really have experienced the fruits of Go Fever on shuttle, and I don't want to experience it now. Guy, yeah. Dude, I hate to say it, but this reeks of Go Fever. It does. Toilet status check. Oh, I gotta find it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Ah, here we go.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
There we go. And also
154.
Yes. Have they said anything about the heat shield how the heat shield performed? We actually had pictures of it after the Navy divers landed. The heat shield's fine, Street. Just at a face value observation, it looks fine, dude. Put that tone back on. It almost puts you to sleep. Okay. Give me 1 moment. There we go. Artemis 2 clip in your mission control. Oh yeah, I'll do that. And all the time that I had between, streams, that I've had recently, Lunprod. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't notice, that I did it with all the time that I had. Rather, I have not been here. Like, take the rest of the week off? No. So check this out, dudes. We actually have a little bit more space news. Welcome back. We're still here. They're still in space. All right. Check this out. So this was from the GPS-3 SV-10 launch last night.
Colette means the final burn for this booster.
Impact shutdown.
Stage 1 landing leg deployed.
Noogles, Boulder. Yeah, the new Glenn launch didn't work. they got the booster back, and it was a reused booster, and that's huge, but that means nothing if the payload doesn't get to its final orbit for your customer.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And another that call up means the...
So, SpaceX landed a booster on Just Read the Instructions last night. And then, just out of the blue, posted this. After 156 successful Falcon 9 landings, Just Read the Instructions will be fully dedicated to support Starship operations going forward. Huh. So I posted this morning. And then I got into a couple of good conversations with viewers, with Ground Truth and Nathan Mahler and a couple of other people. Max asks me, "Where are you?" And I'm in my kitchen. Where are you? Looking forward to watching you talk about space news. Hopefully you're here, bud. Where are you? I'm in my office. Ooh. So check this. Oh my God. No. Just, all right. Okay. So check this out. Hello?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hi.
What are you wearing, EJ from Space News? Khakis. Nova, you linked this. Oh, that was RJ, not Nova Raptor, excuse me. RJ, you linked... What is this, Jebstone-ish? You got cloud mods. Oh, how's it look? Looks good. Neat. Also Ares 1. Yeah. We're working on a new version. So check this out. We go down further in this thread. So Ground Truth was saying, Ground Truth's a photographer at Starbase. Good dude. Transport from Brownsville to the Cape. And then Nathan, confirmation from Kiko. So this is Kiko Donchev. He's the VP of launching for SpaceX. With 39A becoming a primarily Falcon Heavy and Starship pad, we don't actually need 2 operational drone ships on the East Coast to maintain our Falcon manifest. Think of pads drone ships like airplane runways where you need a landing runway for each takeoff runway. Ideally, they are the same runway, i.e. with Starship. Shortfall of Gravitas can support a 4-day launch cycle time with RTLS missions in parallel. This is exactly how we operate on the West Coast. Just Read the Instructions will join You'll Thank Me Later ship to support Starship and Super Heavy transport from Starbase to the Cape. We have a plan for any double downrange Falcon Heavy missions. Marmac is going to move tanks, and Just Read the Instructions is going to move Starship. Okay? I want to see a double drone ship landing on a shortfall of Gravitas. I'm not going to lie to you. What does that even mean? You thank me later every time. Okay. That'd be amazing, but also seems unnecessarily risky. Hey, Element, turn off the E! Please, no more! All right, fine. Here, you get life support. Is that better? With just read the instructions, Marmac 300 is 90 by 47. You'll thank me later as Marmac 31, 80 by 22. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Guys, you guys want to hear another, you guys want to see another weird one pertaining to the subject? So check this out. This is DJ. DJ is a SpaceX systems engineer. Look at this. I can't see that, Doom. I know DJ. Yeah. That's not bullcrap, dude. Can you believe that? They're really betting on Starship taking over. I know. Isn't that weird? I don't, dude, I don't even want to say that. Like, don't get me wrong, guys. They're not getting rid of Falcon 9 anytime soon. It's just the fact that they're even considering it just really screws with my head. That vehicle, in my mind, Falcon 9 is still new. It's not. The first Falcon 9 flew 16 years ago. Slick 6 may actually become a Starship pad. That would be awesome, dude. Watch them start building a catch tower on a shortfall of gravitas. Yeah, right. 2010 for the COTS 1 flight, dude. It will be real when they start expending Falcon 9. Oh, stop. Dude, that's crazy. So look what DJ said after that. I expect Falcon 9 to be fully decommissioned by 2032, 33, maybe 34, depending on payload needs. Next spaceflight Cawcat will do that for you. You can check the fleet over there. I'll link it up in chat. I just can't believe that, dude. The fact that we're even discussing this is just messing with my head. The shortfall of gravitas is a Marmac 302, which is 91 by 391 meters, dude. Man, that's as big as a football field. Holy crap. Timeline's moving up because of IPO and such. SLS is outlasting Falcon 9. Don't say that, man. Oh, don't do that. Don't say that again. Just The DC-3 was phased out eventually? No. No, Smirks. People still fly those, okay? They still fly them. Block 5 is only 8 years old. You know, that's the thing I was saying about being young. Falcon 9 is basically my entire memory. I can't imagine being without it. Yeah, Kerbal, now you know how I felt when Delta 4's last flight was, dude. I was around for Delta 4's entire existence, dude. I remember the first Delta 4 flight. I remember reading about Delta 4 in freaking Popular Mechanics magazine in my school library in, like, middle school. Just read the instructions is massive. The only thing that sucks about her is she isn't self-ballasting. Yeah. What would turbopropping a DC-3 version be for Falcon 9? Probably Hydrolox upper stage or something. Marmac 31 has self-ballasting. Oh, okay. If it helps, they're giving the B-52 new engines for a midlife upgrade. Oh, that's still ridiculous to me that by the end of the program, there will be some B-52 airframes that are 100 years old. Can I get a link for that tweet? Which one? I shut all the tabs, dude. I closed them all off. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can get it back. Which one do you want, dude? There you go. In chat. Anyway, dudes, it's 10:15. Okay.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Delta 4, more like Delta Snore.
What? Yeah, that's just read the instructions too. Actually, yeah, it's the second one. The first one, they decommissioned it after trying to do 2 landings on it. The buff won't ever retire. It will just evolve. We should probably think about making new ones sometime soon. Anyway. All right, guys. That's going to do it for me. That was a good space news. So BF6 time? Huh? Do you guys want to play Battlefield? Boyfriend 6? You need the rest. I really, really do. All right, Paul. Night, man. I really do. Yeah. I'm gonna go. We'll play BF6 for after hours tomorrow, okay? At Telezon, do you feel like a raid? I don't know. Do you feel like sending that message twice? I do. All right, cool. Yeah, we can raid it, Alex. That's fine. I haven't raided him in a little while.
Well,
see, there's my boy. All right, anyway, guys, that's going to do it for this space news. I think we are actually caught up. We're caught up on everything. Over on the Twitch side, let's go raid it, Alex. And I will see you guys all tomorrow. Should be on time tomorrow. Should be. Just let me recover from everything. Might take a second to get back into the groove, but yeah. Glad to be back to the usual streams. Have a good night. Yeah, you too, man. All right, go see what Etel's up to. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See you later.